lost her.
Is he able to come?
That's good, or at least interested.
She's lost.
Oh, yeah. I guess you need a dry clean. I don't know how you clean it. Honestly.
All right, I think we're ready.
Don't.
We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Dave, you go ahead.
Yeah, so our study session tonight, Chapter 20, Article 9, Parking, Loading, and Access Standards. Mary Miller from our planning department here to provide an update on this topic. And so staff's been working on it for a little bit of time now, and we're in a draft form where we're putting it out for public comment, and just wanted to kind of go over some of the changes in there. So just turn it over to Mary.
I don't see my presentation, David. Is it up here? How would I find it?
Do you have did you not bring a flash drive?
I do have it. I thought
Yeah.
you
Can you use that?
downloaded it for me. So while this is downloading, or uploading, whatever it is, I'm going to go through just a brief summary of what changes we're talking about or thinking about. I'm not sure exactly what your interest is, so feel free to stop me at any time. I'm just going to kind of go over what our general changes are.
I think parking for bikes.
We do
for
have,
scooters. Those are some of the issues that have come up recently.
are you talking about e-bikes and e-scooters or just scooters and bikes in general?
I think probably in general.
You know?
But those specifically, yeah.
Yeah. And we didn't add anything for scooters, although I think that's a great idea. We probably should have. So basically, what we're looking at in the development code is private property. So we look at parking when you do a site plan or parking on your own house, things like that. We don't look so much at parking in the street unless you're getting a use of right-of-way and it's being included as part of your site plan. So we've we revised the parking requirements for all the uses. Basically, the vehicle parking has stayed the same. We have made changes to bicycle parking for almost everything. We've also changed the shared parking standards a little bit, and we looked at driveway locations and traffic impact studies. So this kind of shows the basic chapters. We've rearranged most everything, trying to put like things together. So if you want to look for parking requirements, they're all in the same general area. Or today, if you look for it, you'll look for a lot of parking requirements, and then you go back about 5 sections to look for ADA. So I think the way it's organized is just a lot more linear and straightforward. So some of the major changes, we define what non-conforming parking is. That is, if you have a business and you were allowed previously to have 5 parking spaces, but under today's code you need to have 20 spaces, and then you decide you're going to expand your business, we don't make you come up with those 15 spaces. Those are non-conforming. You just have to come up with whatever else would be required additionally. And kind of an interesting thing that we did, I think it's kind of a neat thing, is adding a parking range. Today, you have a maximum where you can't go above that, and you actually can't go below that. So it's more of just like a number. It's not a minimum or a maximum. If you go over that, you have to do stormwater management to mitigate it. If you go under it, you need a variance unless the planning director gives you a waiver. With the range, you can go from 90% to 110%. So business owners have that leeway. If they feel they don't need so much parking, they can have less, they could have a little bit more without any additional work. If they want to go beyond that, either less or more, they have to get a variance either way. So you have to get a variance, to get more parking, and you also have to do the stormwater. Yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, there's currently a pretty hard range with parking minimums and also parking maximums. And are you saying that's going to be 90% of the minimum or 90% of the maximum? What's that new range?
But technically, we have a number, and it's both the minimum and the maximum. We just
Oh,
say, if you are
okay.
a grocery store, you have to have 1 space per 300 square feet, period.
Okay.
And if you want a little less, sometimes the planning director might be able to work with you. If you want more, you have to do stormwater mitigation. So if you had 2 more parking spaces, then we require additional landscaping.
Okay.
So it's just a little bit hard. So it makes it easier for people to have more or less.
Mhm.
But we added the variance because sometimes people want a lot more parking and they don't really need it. So they have to provide, prove they need that
And this is a variance outside of the 90 to 110% range? Okay.
on either side of that.
And Mary, have there been any trends, let's say in the last 1 to 3 years about, and I know it's a general question, but just for businesses, around town, would the trends be to lower the number or more?
It depends on where they're at. A lot of them are infill, and those actually want less, because they have less space, so they want to use more area. And, for instance, the new hospital facility out by Rock Chalk, they wanted much less than what our code says they needed. So we approved that, but they had to have like a parking bank, so their site plan shows a lot more parking, but they don't have to put it in unless it turns out they really need it. Because in our opinion, they will need it, and in their opinion, they're sure they don't. So they didn't really get a variance, they just don't have to build it yet.
Okay.
So I think it goes either way, basically. And with downtown parking, right now, you're not required to have any parking in the downtown. A lot of that we address when we do site plans. So if you're doing one of these large apartment buildings or a grocery store, we usually tell people you're going to need some parking, even though it's not required. Now, we would propose making it, you do have to have some required parking, at least 50% of whatever's required. So you're still getting a break for being downtown, but it's obvious. If you're doing a major development, you would need to provide at least 50% of the parking that's normally required. And if you can't do that, for instance, let's say you have to have 4 parking spaces and there's just no place to put it, we would accept a payment in lieu of parking. And we were going to suggest an amount, but it was just difficult for us to arrive at a figure. So the amount would be set by the city commission. So if they couldn't provide that parking, they could pay the money into a fund that would be used by the city to provide parking downtown, maybe a structured parking at some time. And then the strip parking center, we have I don't have it on the next page, but I'll have it somewhere. We have a lot of trouble when you have like Orchards or the Louisiana Purchase, whatever you call it. We have a lot of different uses. Whenever someone wants to change a use, we have to go and say, well, who is in every one of these uses and calculate all the parking. And we haven't been doing that lately. And so our code is going to kind of catch up to how we've been handling that. Any use you have is 1 per 300 square feet, unless it's an eating or drinking establishment. And because those are the more intensive uses. So it just makes it a lot easier for us to calculate. It makes it easier for the people. They don't have to constantly send us tenant changes. If you're going from an office to a martial arts studio to a beauty shop, your parking is the same. It's just when you go to a restaurant or a bar, and that way we can keep an eye on it, they can keep an eye on it, and it's pretty easy for them to tell when they've got all their restaurants and bars they can handle. And so this kind of describes that range I was talking about. For if 30 spaces are required, you could provide 27 up to 33. And less, you would have to get a waiver or variance, and more would be a waiver or variance plus the stormwater management. This is an example of the calculations that we use for the strip centers today. We go through each suite, and really the numbers aren't important, just the complexity is, because we have to go through each suite, see how many square feet is in it, what use, calculate the parking. And with the proposed change, we just do the 1 per 300 square feet and then calculate eating and drinking uses separately. We did revise the bicycle parking requirements, and I'll talk about that in a moment. What we did was add long-range bike parking. We have short-range, and a lot of places, mainly apartments, when we tell them they need to give us 1/4 of all your car parking as bicycle parking. So say they have 800 car spaces, they now have to give us 200 bicycle spaces. And most apartment people say, no one is going to ever park their bicycles here. Everybody wants to take their bikes inside to their house or somewhere else. So we've changed it to where the overall bike requirement is going to stay pretty much the same, but some of them have to be long range, those would be covered or indoors, and then there would be some that would be short-term for visitor parking. And then we did look at a few uses. We did change the vehicle parking, for instance, grade schools. We're recommending that be changed to require additional parking based on the size of the assembly area. We just have a lot of grade schools that have had to go through and revise their site plans and utilize on-street parking because they just didn't have enough on-site parking. And then we made a slight change in the mental health facilities to differentiate if you have beds or if you don't have beds. So this is a kind of on the bike parking. If you have a multi-dwelling structure today, it's 1 bike per 4 spaces. So what we propose is 1 short-term for 20 bedrooms and 1 long-term space per 6 bedrooms. And this is kind of a calculation. I took a 60-unit apartments with 31 bedroom units and 32 bedroom units. Today, that would take 96 vehicles spaces and 24 short-term bicycle spaces. But with our proposed calculations, you would end up with 5 short-term and 15 long-term. So you'd still have your visitor spaces, you'd have slightly fewer bike parking spaces, but 15 of those would be long-term, which would be much more usable for the residents. The ADA section was revised. We just had our ADA specialist revise that to be current with state regulations, and we didn't make any other changes. We did add some parking requirements for retail sales, pickup windows, child care centers, hospitals, motels, and for valet parking. Just make sure we have, when you have those uses, there's enough space for the cars that are going to be parked and parking behind each other. And feel free, if there's anything you want to ask me, just to holler it out. Another change, we have a section in the code that tells us where parking can be located, and it's required to be set back 15 feet from the right-of-way. But this now, we clarify that that is a green space. It's not a place for the driveway. That's a place that's actually supposed to be green.
Would you say that again?
It's a, right now you have the setback for parking. It's 15 feet from the right-of-way. But we're clarifying that that's a green space because a lot of times we get site plans and so people put a driveway is right along the right-of-way line and then they have parking off of it. And they'll argue that that's a driveway, not a parking area. So we want to make sure people know that 15 feet from the right-of-way, that's grass or green space. It's a place for your trees, for your buffering, landscaping. And we added a 2-foot setback from residential property lines. That's kind of a standard we use today. If you have a driveway, it shouldn't be within 2 feet of your neighbor's property line because you want to have room to open your door and get out of your car and still be on your own property. We just added that to make it simpler. And for non-residential uses in a residential district, we put a 10-foot setback from property lines. This would allow room for buffering and will just keep some of the larger parking areas separated from the residential uses. And we added a setback for the exit of a parking structure. And this is just a graphic showing if you've walked down New Hampshire by that parking garage, a lot of times you'll be crossing it and cars are coming out and you surprise each other. So you need to have a 10-foot setback for about 10 feet on each side of the entry. And that way, when you are walking down the sidewalk, there's a room for you to see the car and the car to see you. So that's being added to all parking structures. And with shared parking, we've added a unique mix of uses because that's kind of how downtown works. A lot of times the businesses are all in operation at the exact same time, but someone's going to go to one store, then they'll go to a restaurant, they might go to another store. And so one car is serving many different uses. So if there's a unique mix of uses, if there's a study that shows that people will likely visit more than one facility, then they could utilize the shared parking. And a shared parking agreement has to be noted on the site plan of the property that's using the shared parking and also on the parking that's giving up the shared parking. And that way we can keep track of that. The location has to be convenient and suitable. We've had some plans where a person did a congregate living and they didn't have enough parking, but down the street, across the street, and behind another house, there was an extra parking space, so they wanted to use that. And it was within the 600 feet you're required to have, that it would really not be very convenient for whoever was planning to live there. And so we made that a criteria that we can look at whether or not we would approve that. And we removed the shared parking table. We had one that was really neat. You just plug in numbers and it tells you how much parking you need, except it only works when you include residential parking or residential uses. So rather than using this table, the applicant would have to provide us with a study. We revised some of the design standards, removing gravel as an option. They could always request that with a variance. We've added the overhang, the turnaround, and the pedestrian walkway standards, and that's shown in this graphic. So that if you have more than one row of parking, you need to have a designated pedestrian way. And it could be a separate one like this, or it could actually go right, I don't know happened. It could actually go right through. It could go right through the parking spaces. And the E's are the turnaround area where you have room to back up and get out. We designate what the driveway is, which would be, I need to quit swinging this around, I guess. B is the driveway, so it designates it. It's just an area to get you from the street into the site. Once you're in the site, then you're an access drive. And so if you look at C there along the road, it shows the green space next to that. So we're getting that green space that.
Okay, so where's the street in that sketch?
A is the driveway apron, so on the right-hand side, the right-hand side, that would be going out to the street.
Okay, so a pedestrian who's on the street, how do they get to, is that parking that's not structures? What is the red?
Everything gray, the red is a building, the
Okay.
green's grass. The gray that's marked C, that's drive aisles and parking. And
So the pedestrian has to walk through the parking to get to the building?
no, we require pedestrian walkways to get you from that sidewalk. I was just showing what's the internal to the parking lot. Right. That's always one of the requirements. You have to have a connection from the building out to the sidewalk on this street. So it'd be nice, this graphic should have shown that. That'd be more clear.
So,
Could you go back one slide? And could you go through this
Oh, the
slowly?
surfacing? Sure, I didn't know if
Yes.
you would even care about this.
Yeah.
We removed one of the surfacing options, and that's a 7-inch granular rock with double asphaltic prime and seal, and David could probably explain that, but he said that's used very infrequently, and I don't know if it was even a suitable type of surfacing. So we removed that as an option.
These are commercial projects,
Any
any
driveway.
project, residential, commercial,
Yes.
everything.
And we removed use of gravel in the floodplain, so technically gravel is not in a permitted use anywhere. If someone wants to use it, they would have to get a variance. And then we added concrete strips with grass, those ribbon driveways. We allow them today, but we added them so it's clear that they're permitted, because someone reading the code wouldn't know that they're permitted. So that way they can have less impervious surface.
Well, I'm going to bring up just a personal experience, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because we did put gravel in our driveway, North Lawrence on Ash Street, and we did go to the BZA and get a variance. And apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong, a few people on the BZA said they typically approve the variance for a gravel driveway for a lot of good reasons, sustainability reasons, and cost and flexibility and all those things, particularly where you have runoff problems and ponding in streets. And I'm kind of surprised that you guys aren't considering gravel as a suitable material, finished material, like pea gravel and stuff like that. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I can, and then maybe David will have more to add, but the reason gravel is not seen as a suitable surfacing for just your regular driveway is because it gets carried out onto the roadway by your tires. And then we have gravel on the road, and then when cars drive down the roads, they pick it up in their tires and they fling it onto cars, so we have a lot of windshield damage. And it's also, if you're riding your bike down the street and there's gravel at the end of those driveways, it's a good place to wreck, because you're usually driving close to the driveways. And in the floodplain, we used to allow compacted gravel on the theory that that was more pervious. And I don't know if that actually, most of the time when gravel has been in place for a while, it becomes impervious, just like pavement. And there could be other better, more pervious measures, such as grid unit pavers or actual maybe pervious concrete, or just different types. Does you have anything else to say on that, David?
Well-
Steve, do you know, is it because you had a gravel driveway already and because
No.
you're in North Lawrence?
I think North Lawrence, and Dave actually worked on this too, so please chime in. But I will add one thing, Mary, is with a concrete apron, you don't get a whole lot of stuff carried out onto the street.
You know,
Yeah.
I think if your apron is long
Yeah.
enough, because sometimes it
Yeah.
seems like people have really long driveways, so maybe
Yeah.
a long apron.
Yeah.
But with just those little short aprons, there still is
Yeah.
quite a bit of gravel that gets,
Yeah. My experience after a year, it's a great surface, especially for a residential application. I'm not sure about a commercial application, but, you know, the history of North Lawrence, and I'm sure East Lawrence too, there's a lot of gravel driveways. So it's not like it's something really, you know, out of the ordinary over there.
Yeah, and I
So-
think in North Lawrence, a lot of times they probably look at the character of the area, which isn't really
Yeah.
one of the criteria, but they probably consider
Yeah, they do.
a lot of driveways are gravel, and the roads have ditches. So it's a lot more rural feel up there, and maybe that's why
Yeah.
they feel more likely to.
Yeah.
And they approve them sometimes throughout the city, and I don't know what their reasoning is for sure. We
Well, one
usually-
thing I'll add, Dave, and we can move on, is one of the criteria is you have to show a hardship to get the variance approved. And I really struggled with that, but honestly, the hardship is for the city and the neighborhood because of the additional ponding you get from runoff from concrete driveways. And if you look at Ash Street, it's, you know, it ponds almost out to the center of the street, you know, last year. So there's, you know, some give and take on it for sure. But please, Dave, if you want to chime in, be my guest.
Oh, well, I think in your situation, it's probably more the character of North Lawrence and that some areas that are not in the floodplain in North Lawrence are, you know, there's still a lot of driveways with gravel over
Right.
there.
Right.
And in my experience, I don't recall any in other parts of the community where we've allowed gravel, not in North Lawrence, or they request it through a variance process. So, you know, that the only thing, I guess, the change in the code is to remove it from the floodplain, but there's very limited areas that are in the floodplain currently. And so now they're kind of all go through the same process. But other than that, the only other, yeah, the 7-inch granular rock with the asphaltic prime and seal, I haven't seen that used
Yeah.
here in my time, so it just didn't make any sense to keep that in there. It's basically just like a seal coat over rock, which is still not pervious material. But I do think with allowing the concrete strips with grass is kind of a nice median in between, a middle ground where it's not all wide concrete driveway. You have some grass and you just have the strips for the wheel path. And so that's a design I think that we're allowing to have some more permeable material. But
I know it's a slippery slope, but it seems like environmentally, you could encourage it when it's appropriate. But I know that opens up a whole, you know, if you said that in a code, you'd probably get a whole lot more inappropriate requests. But it just seems like it ought to be something that's, you know, when appropriate, that ought to be encouraged.
And I should probably add to that, there's an affordability aspect to it as well. If you're
Yeah, there is.
building a house, asphalt costs a lot of money, concrete costs a lot of money, gravel's relatively cheap. And if we're in an affordability crisis currently, it seems like maybe not a great step to require the most expensive version of a driveway where the gravel works just fine, so.
Well, you've seen our driveway.
Yeah, it's fine. It
Yeah.
works. My driveway looks
Okay.
terrible, and gravel would be an improvement over the asphalt.
Mhm. Well, thank you for
Sure.
everybody for listening to that.
And I'll change this graphic, that was a very good point. I'll show the sidewalk and the connecting sidewalk, because that way it's clear that those are required. I hadn't even been focusing on the street when I drew that up. These are the overhangs. The graphic on the left, that shows a walkway along a building. It's like up against the business, and it shows that a car can overhang, but you still have to have the 4 feet of pedestrian walkway. And so that allows us to have less pavement because we don't have to have the full 18 feet for the car. Some of it can go over and hang over that sidewalk. And then we also have the overhang along the landscaped area too. It has to have the 4-foot area left for the trees or whatever landscaping there is so they stay protected. We don't really allow overhangs over the sidewalks along the streets. And for one thing is we have that 15-foot setback. And if you don't have that setback, you know, you should keep your curb back far enough to where you're not overhanging.
I've kind of just a technical question. How do you ensure that you get that 4 feet? Because different cars have different overhangs. Do people just kind of assume like the longest car overhang in the industry is going to be it and just?
Well, we use
rest-
our standard car length, which I think is 18.5 foot long, I
Okay.
think maybe. And so you can have a 1.5 foot overhang, but you still have to have then that would be what, 16, 17 foot
Okay.
long?
That's just.
So yeah, you could have a
standards and
super
averages.
long nose and you'd stick out there, but like a Lincoln Continental or
Yeah.
something, yeah, I could see that being an issue. So we did make some changes with bicycle standards, and this is a graphic showing, currently we just say they need to be plenty of room and they need to be secure, and there's just very, very little information. 6 foot by 2 feet, I think, is the standards that we give. So this kind of provides dimensions, how far apart they should be. We did have one person come who said they thought they were just spaced too far apart. We're making too large of bicycle parking spaces, and maybe we could condense it and make it still usable, but take up less space. So we're going to look into other parking that's happening now in the city, if it's working well, and see if this does need to be revised. So we have a section about driveways and alleys, and one thing we want to add is a clear sight area for non-residential driveways and alleys. We have sight distance triangles for streets, but if you're at an alley or a driveway, technically you can just come out and it'd be a dead area, so we're trying to add that sight area. The driveway width requirements for the RS3 and RS5, we want those to be relatively narrow, since those are usually narrow lots, but if you happen to have a wide lot in those districts, then you could be a proportion, so we're changing those width requirements. And then we're also setting standards for parking off of alleys. And this is an example of it. Today, we allow stacked parking in alleys, so if you have and most of the alleys are in Old West Lawrence and East Lawrence, but on an alley and you have a house, a lot of times the cars are just stacked too deep all along the way. And so the proposal is to change it and only have one depth of parking. So we're not having stacked parking. This preserves some of the green space in the rear of the yard. It may also result in some parking issues if we're not getting enough off-street parking, but I imagine this may be something that comes up that we look at as we go along. So the access management standards, this is where we look at streets and where can your driveway be in relationship to curbs and corners. And so we added a graphic, I'll show you that in a moment, just to clarify a term that's used in the code. The 300-foot separation, we also are including any distance that's required in the traffic impact study. So if your traffic impact study notes you need more distance from your driveway to the curb of the intersection, then you get that. We added a section for local streets because that's missing right now. And one thing we changed is the number of curb cuts. Right now, you can have 1 curb cut per 200 linear feet of frontage. However, in another section of the city code, it says you can have 2 per 200. And so we're changing it to the same thing. We're going from 1 per 200 to 1 per 100 feet. And so this is just that term that we're clarifying, the point of tangency of curb return radius, since I never could figure out what that means. It just means where the curb touches the street. So we're adding that so anyone else reading it will know what that's referring to. And this is the site area for a driveway or alley. We'll just require those on site plans or even with building permits. But these are for multi-dwelling or commercial industrial. It's not for single-family dwellings. Now, the traffic impact study, some of that has been removed because it's being covered in other sections of the code. So some of the more technical information, we're taking that out of our code, and it's in, I think, Article 16. So there are a few other changes. The accessory and commercial parking, we've taken that out. It was in a separate section. We're just including that in our section. And we had a section called 20-522, which was supplemental design standards for religious institutions, and it required them to have an additional buffer yard for parking. And we're removing that. We just have a standard non-residential buffer yard or setback requirement, and we're not singling out residential or religious institutions. So we are currently in the public comment period. So if you look through this and you have comments, feel free to email me. And because we can still make changes. It'll go to the Planning Commission in January, so we have plenty of time to make changes. We'll review the comments. We'll put it back on the Planning Commission agenda. We did discuss it once, and it was returned to us for more work. And they suggested we bring it to you to get your comments. So it'd be very helpful if you have any comments to let us know. Yeah?
Why did they return it other than to get comments?
It was basically, we were pretty loose in our form yet. We wanted to get their input. What did they think about it?
Okay.
So we really didn't expect them to take action, but
You mentioned the ADA specialist took a look at
Mhm.
parts of this. We hadn't heard, I guess I hadn't heard, that there was someone that got hired for that position?
he's not hired. Brian Jimenez, our code enforcement manager, he always looks at our ADA
Okay.
And so he's what we call our
All right.
specialist.
I was just excited to hear there's.
We have an ADA coordinator in our department now.
Okay, so there is someone.
Oh,
That's good news.
Yep.
That's good news. Do we use parking overlay zones?
we don't.
Has that ever been discussed or
No.
considered?
What do you mean by that?
Well, in areas of a community where parking essentially can be shared, but it's maybe in a district setting, like downtown is
Yeah.
essentially that. The entire district needs a certain number of parking to meet kind of broader requirements, but the specific location of those parking spaces can be distributed inside that district.
Yeah, we kind of have that when we have planned developments, but I think that's what we're looking at with our shared parking. There's one of the things that says that the unique set of uses, so if
Mhm.
someone says, I have this little shopping area and it has all these different uses, and so rather than calculating the parking based on each use, then they could have just a set amount of parking that they would all share. Because they would be saying, kind of like downtown, you're going to go shopping, then you're going to go eating, then you're going to go
Right.
do something else. But we haven't,
Just curious if that was used here at all.
no, I think that's,
And then in some, I've seen in the, I forgot the shopping center's name, but on the Wakarusa and 6th Street, where Johnny's West is,
mhm.
a number of businesses there have identified parking stalls up against the building that are designated for their particular business. And I hadn't seen that anywhere else. I was curious if that was a
They do
permitted,
They do that at 6th and
Yeah.
Castle, at that little strip area too. There's a few
Yeah.
places that they'll do
is
that.
that a designated thing, or is that?
It's not something they do through us, but maybe the
A
store.
lot of times it's a little
have one right in
5-gallon
front of
bucket
them.
with concrete, and then they stick it out in front of theirs, and says it's for our parking only.
Yeah, and we've had some stores that want to do online ordering, so they are establishing like 5 parking spaces for the online customers. But then the theory is, they're still customers, they're still coming, so I don't think we need additional parking for them. And I see people designating for like pregnant mothers or veterans, they just want to give some special places out, so,
Well, Johnny's is, that parking lot is particularly packed,
hmm.
and it just seems as if something's wrong.
So in the daytime even, it's reserved for their patrons, huh?
It's pretty full constantly. I mean, it's not constantly, but it seems like it's too small for the uses
I
out
would-
there at this
I would
point.
think so. If they're having to designate with signs what's theirs, I would think maybe they don't have quite enough parking.
I don't know if it's just Johnny's has expanded so much that it's taken over the whole parking lot.
It could be, and I think that's a planned commercial district, one of our old ones, and some of those, it was one space per 200 square feet regardless of what your use was. So it was almost like an overlay, but not really, because they didn't say, well, we need to have a certain blend of uses. And I think that's, because Bauer Farms is the same way, you know, those old planned commercial developments, we just did one per 200 square feet, and if you had a restaurant come in, the parking didn't go up for those. And so probably Johnny's getting so large, and then I think there's some other eating and drinking uses in there. That might just be
Yeah.
really taxing their parking.
Mary, I have some questions along those lines too. The document talked about a strip center. I
Mhm.
assume that you're talking about any of the little shopping areas that we have around town.
Yeah, like Westlake Hardware, that's a little strip center, those kind of things.
Okay, and most of those, Hillcrest, whatever, they have pad sites within the parking
Mm-hmm.
areas. So if we're lucky, some of these things will be redeveloped. How does a pedestrian get from the street to the pad site or to the shops in the strip center?
Well, the pedestrian would get from the street to the pad site. There should be a designated walkway. With all our new site plans, we always have designated walkways. Jessica's real good at making sure of that, from the sidewalk to the building. And I don't know if we ever have looked at, like Starbucks at Hobby Lobby, the old Hobby Lobby building. That's a bad example, but we've never looked at maybe making a walkway from it into the building. But, you know, we're looking at needing designated pedestrian pathways, like I showed on that parking graphic. If you have more than two rows of parking, there needs to be a designated pedestrian. So I guess we'd have to look at seeing if it would connect between the pad site and the main building, which is a
Well, the
good
malls,
point.
for example, has a bank out in the middle of the parking lot. And pedestrian access is very low. The circuit is
of the challenge is those were developed under old code standards, which you can't go back and force upon a site until they redevelop and meet certain development criteria, the new requirements you have for this. So
Would it be
many
possible
times.
to have them restripe it somehow?
We could ask them, but we can't really require them. So if they came in with a big development and made something big, it has to be really big, either adding like 20% more buildings or doing something major, then we could require them. But whenever they do a minor change, we could always suggest it.
That would be a start.
Mhm.
Also, if a person gets off the bus, they become a pedestrian when they're trying to get to a location. Rather than pick on 23rd Street all the time, how about if we think about the shopping mall that we're not going to have south of the traffic light? When that goes up, how does the cyclist get there and how do they get to the shops? How does a pedestrian get there? Probably would take the bus. How do they get to the shops? Target drops you off on the frontage road. It doesn't take you to the store.
Mhm.
So how are we dealing with that kind of thing in our code?
Well, I think we're relying on that requirement. You have to have a pedestrian walkway from the sidewalk to the building. So when you're at the bus stop, hopefully it's connected with the sidewalk, that you can go down and you can get onto the walkway that goes to the building. But that'll be the new buildings, new development. So for instance, we can't go in and make
Right.
someone else put in a
Much of
walkway.
that's just gonna take us decades to catch back up because we didn't require that in the first place.
Well, we've been going at a pretty fast clip this year anyway, I think. We've made a lot of progress. On the downtown condos and apartments, you said that 50% of the parking would have to be provided. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there any movement to try to discourage automobiles and encourage mass transit? Is there any movement in that direction?
Well, I think there's a lot of movement. I don't think it's in the planning office. I think we're just trying to respond to what's happening. So, you know, I know like we have the mixed use district, it does give people breaks. If you're close to a transit stop, you can have less parking. And that's kind of a way of doing that. And so I think maybe that's part of the downtown thing, is if you're close to transit, you're close to a walkable area. So right now we're saying you don't need any parking. And we're saying, okay, you need at least 50% if you're going to do something big. So I think that's one way to kind of
But
encourage
if the
it.
city provides the other 50%, we're going to have a downtown full of parking ramps.
Well, it wouldn't be provided. It's just if they can't provide it and they pay in lieu, then at some point when the city gets some money, they'll say, okay, I have enough money, we'll do a small parking garage or we'll.
And when we set the required spaces for parking, say Target's parking lot, it's never full except at Christmas. So are those the numbers that we use? Do we want to accommodate special occasions?
No, those are all extremely over what the parking requirements are. And so in the old days, when those went through, we didn't even have stormwater mitigation.
Mhm.
So if somebody wanted to give you way more parking, you're like, wow, that's great. Then as we've grown, we're like, that's not so good. And so the old code said, yeah, you can give us more parking, but we want some stormwater. We want additional landscaping, we want swales, we want detention ponds. And now with our current recommendation, we're saying, if you want to give us more parking, you have to get a variance. You can go 10% more or get a variance and still do the stormwater. So we're trying to cut down on those places like that have enough parking where RVs can park there and it's like a little campground except for Christmas.
So we're trying to cut back, but very gradually.
I think it'll be pretty significant once we get an actual big project in. You know, you won't notice it on the little projects we get, but if a new Walmart or a new grocery store came in, they would have a more reasonably sized parking lot, unless they went for a variance. If they went to the Board of Zoning Appeals and made their claim that they can't survive without that huge parking lot, and the BZA approves it, then they would be able to get it. At least they'd have to go through that process.
I think that's what when we were talking about with the LMH project and the requirements and doing something less on that project, and then waiting to see how the parking demand, what parking demand really is an example of, instead of just building a huge parking lot based off of the requirements in the code, to allow a reduced number and then make the note on the site plan and then see how it operates.
So that's kind of the opposite thing, that not many people want to give you less parking, but in that case they did.
On residential driveways, the length of the driveway is sometimes so short that when a person is backing out of the garage, they cover the sidewalk. So is there a new criteria that would avoid that kind of situation?
No, because you're going to cross the sidewalk at some point when you back
No,
out.
not cross it, but block it. You back out of the garage and there you are on the
Oh,
sidewalk.
you're parking? Yeah, there is a section in our city code that says you cannot block the sidewalk. So people need to have a long enough space for parking between the sidewalk and the garage, or their parking has to occur in the garage. So we have it in the city code. If you go along and there's a car parked over the sidewalk, you can call the code enforcement and they should go tell them, or I don't know if the police, I think it's the code enforcement people that do it.
I got a ticket for it once a long time ago. And it was because I pulled my truck off the street because it had snowed, and I was trying to get out of the way so they could plow, and I got ticketed for covering myself.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions if y'all ready for this. Okay, so Plan 2040 has recently passed both the city commission and the county commission. A lot of what it's going for is infill development, mixed-use development, less reliance on car-centric built environment, stuff like that, more pedestrian and bike safety. To that end, I think the bike parking requirements are a really good step because there are some rough bike racks around here that are like right up against the wall, which is great if you have a children's bike. On the other hand, it's kind of a step backwards in a couple of ways, especially with the downtown thing. I get that there's concern about, condos not providing enough parking and all that, but why would a block-sized building be treated any different than a block full of buildings? If it's the same amount overall, why does one development get treated differently than the other ones?
And they don't. It's, if you do a major development project, so let's say you're a small building and you are going to increase your size by 20%, then you're a major development.
Okay, so even
So-
if you're like Shark Surf Shop, if they were still around and you added a story, you would not be
We'd be
required-
looking at you for more parking, but not
Okay.
not what you are required now, just for what you're required for your addition.
So in the overall landscape of parking and minimums in urban development, this is kind of in the opposite direction of where most cities are going. Most places are getting rid of parking minimums, especially in downtown, usually in neighborhoods right near downtown, in some places citywide. So why is Lawrence taking the opposite approach when we're generally considered a more progressive town?
Well, I think one of the things we hear from is a lot of people in the neighborhoods that surround the downtown that cannot park on their streets. It's just,
But the
that's
streets are
where
public
people are
property.
going.
It's
It
not their
is.
property. I mean, I live in a place that is right near the hospital. I don't really complain if people park on my street because it's not my property. I have a driveway, and I would say 95% of houses in East Lawrence and Old West Lawrence have either alley parking, driveways, or garages. So in the rare occasion that there's somebody that truly does not have anything but an off-street parking space, which in Lawrence is exceedingly rare. I mean, unless you have 8 cars, that's kind of a personal problem, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess I just don't get it. I've lived in much larger cities, so
Yeah.
it's to me a little bit weird to freak out so much about people parking in front of your street where you don't. it
and I
doesn't
don't know if
belong
it's
to
just
you.
the parking or if it's the traffic, because we hear from a lot of neighborhood groups that they don't want the traffic, the people driving through their neighborhood to get to the grocery store, they park there, and so then they feel like they're part of the grocery store parking lot.
Yeah.
We get a lot of feedback from them.
But
so-
then there's the other thing of having extra on-street parking. The more cars that are on the streets, the slower traffic goes, and thus make it safer for neighborhoods. I know it's probably counterintuitive for most people, but slower cars equals safer neighborhoods. So it seems like if you were going to be smart about it as a neighbor, you would want more people parking on your street so kids could play safer in the streets with 20-mile-an-hour cars instead of 35-mile-an-hour cars. So, I mean, it just seems like this is at odds with Plan 2040, and I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of wondering, is this due to public outcry over certain things, or have you guys kind of studied the research and was like, well, we know this is where things are going, but we think Lawrence would like this instead, so.
I think it's generated by the number of large developments that have been suggested downtown, to where we almost feel like saying, no, that's not appropriate, you don't have the parking, you're going to overwhelm even the stores up and down downtown. Your people are going to be parking, there's not enough parking for everyone. And so once you get the parking overwhelmed, then it's hard to get people to come in and use it, and we want to encourage the use of downtown.
And if you have people living downtown, they wouldn't need to necessarily drive to each store over and over again. It would encourage less trips because more people who use downtown would actually live downtown, therefore negating the need for more parking
But they'd be
spaces.
parking downtown if we allow them just to park on the street. So they'd be using that parking 24/7.
Or in the case of other transportation options, such as public transit, where it's so slow and infrequent that it disincentivizes people to use it, parking that is slightly more difficult tends to disincentivize people from parking all the time. So I drive because it's super easy. I never have to search for a parking spot. I only walk as really a political statement because I need to exercise. But most people drive because it's so easy. I mean, you know, parking is ridiculously cheap. It's generally pretty available unless it's bizarre. So, I mean, disincentivizing something sounds bad when you say it like that, but if what we truly want to do is improve public health and, you know, stop car accidents, if climate change is truly a concern, if we really want to get people out walking, it seems like making parking slightly less difficult would maybe be the way to do that. So,
More difficult.
yeah, sorry.
Well, I think you make a good point, and that's one thing I would suggest is writing that in a comment, because you articulate it really well, and the commission's the one that makes the decision. So perhaps when they get that, maybe they would decide, no, we just want development to happen downtown.
Included with mass transit too, all of that we should be having.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, there shouldn't be silos. All this should be working together, which is kind of why I was concerned that Plan 2040 and these, you know, new amendments are kind of at odds with each other. I mean, even in terms of the curb cuts, if it was 1 per 200 feet, now it's 1 per 100 feet, that means that now sidewalks could be slightly more dangerous for pedestrians. Every curb cut is potential to get hit. So more curb cuts is not great for safety of sidewalk users.
I actually wanted to follow up on that. Is that right? We're increasing the number of potential driveways?
Yes.
So so a couple things that I'm gonna agree with, but there's some, I don't know, perspective I've gained, for better or for worse, over the last couple of years. So more curb cuts, it seems like we're constantly saying things like we want access management, we want certain things, and more curb cuts are gonna, you know, exactly as Nick said, you know, increase those conflict points and make it harder for people to walk. So I was a little perplexed when I saw that, but then I thought I didn't ask at the
I
time,
think
but I
that's
actually
myself
thought I had heard it wrong. I was like, wait, so we're reducing? Because I keep seeing places on like the 23rd Street corridor plan where we're trying to take
And 19th
driveways
Street as
out.
well, yeah.
So I don't get that. But I mean, is that,
That's on local streets and for residential uses,
that's what I
yeah.
was gonna ask
Yeah.
next. That makes sense, and I can appreciate that, but definitely not on, you know, commercial areas. But what Nick's saying, I've been reading a lot about this lately because it's been kind of bugging me, especially in terms of Lawrence, and that's, you know, adding more parking. I will hear that a lot, oh, we need to add more parking, and then even sometimes the people I'm talking to, I think, do they really know what the detrimental effects of adding that parking is? Even if you say you want it, you don't really want to add massive numbers of cars downtown, so you don't always want to add more parking, but I always come to this sort of conflict in Lawrence in that we're not really urban, we're more suburban. And I do think it is true that people come downtown, if they can't park, they'll leave and go someplace else. But I think that's a problem, so I've been sort of, and I haven't read about this, but putting things in my head like, what if the city owned all the parking lots and we charged to go to Target to park? And, I mean, this isn't real, it's just, you know, what you start thinking about, how do you solve these problems and what have we not looked at yet, because I think those are all problems that exist. Because I agree with this. I don't think that it's a step in the right direction that we're requiring a large development to add 50% of the parking. But I also think in some ways, there's an expectation there. And so I feel like I'm constantly frustrated by it, and I want to say, hey, let's not do this, but don't know if we can. I mean, you can look at cities like Portland that I think can get away with stuff like that. And in Lawrence, I'm not sure. I never know how I never know what it feels like I don't know what the outcome is going to be if we say, hey, we're going to keep it this way and we're not going to add more parking. But I also feel like if you look at cities that have added parking and said, hey, we're going to put in parking and we need this much parking, sometimes it's really detrimental, and it's just, you know,
It brings more cars.
it just brings more
It makes it
cars.
so much easier to drive when you can not have to worry about ever finding a parking space, which I don't in downtown, but.
And I always, you know, talk in terms of how I behave, but maybe how I behave is not how everyone would behave. So in the one other place I lived, where it was hard to park and tickets were $20 downtown, I still went downtown once or twice a week, and I took the bus, but it was a very different setup. Bus service came every 7 minutes. It was a much denser city, 1,500 people per square mile denser than Lawrence. And so it was easier to have that behavior. And so I think that the thing I'm always dealing with in Lawrence is we're still developing in a sprawl pattern. I don't think, I mean, if you look at the hospital and you look at everything that's gone west, none of that says I'm gonna walk everywhere. And so I don't really know, it's like until we, in that trajectory, how we can not do some of this stuff downtown. But I agree with that it's the wrong, it feels like the wrong direction. And that is true, there are a lot of cities that are doing away with parking minimums or.
And are still seeing urban growth downtown in terms of economic growth and more people living downtown. So it's obviously not stopping them. It's just disincentivizing driving, basically.
And I agree that, I mean, I agree with all that. It's the question is, what would it do here? What would it do here? And I mean, the example of that is in 1970s, 40 cities put in urban walking malls, and of those, 3 survived. So it's.
But the cities are still around. It's not like they went up and poof, it was an experiment, and they took it back, you know? Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like it'll be the end of the world if we try something slightly more progressive. We'll see if it works. And, could hypothetically see if it works. And if it doesn't, Lawrence will still be here in 100 years, probably.
Right, and if we don't require them to give us the additional parking, the 50%, that doesn't mean they can't, because that's what they're doing now, is they're just providing it.
Right.
There's no requirement, so they may still provide that parking.
I'm pretty sure they will,
It just
because
wouldn't-
they'll expect people to park for their apartments still. So, I
Right,
mean,
and for the grocery
yeah.
store, I mean, it's just something
Exactly.
that,
I wanted to just add quickly, this is maybe overgeneralizing, but all the years that there's been conversations about a downtown grocery store, what's one of the things you always hear about the debate is parking with the developers. Last time I checked, there's not a grocery store over here. And it just seems like parking and the amount of parking seems to be a huge hurdle to get that to happen. Am I,
well, I
for
think you're right, I
people
think
that-
that use definitely needs parking, because you're going to come out with sacks, you're not going to be just shopping.
Yeah,
It's not a walkable
yeah,
shopping trip usually,
yeah.
you usually have.
And
sacks
another
to
thing
take
I'll
home.
say, personal experience, I don't have any trouble finding a parking space in
Right.
Lawrence. I've lived in larger cities, so I don't mind walking a block, but honestly, unless you want to park right in front of the business you're going into, it's not that big of a deal.
Unless you're scared of parallel parking, which a lot of people are.
Say that again.
If you're scared of parallel parking, which a lot of people are, yeah,
Well,
then it's gonna be
yeah.
harder to find a space for
Yeah,
you, but, you know.
So, I don't get the whole parking discussion. I just think there's probably plenty now.
There are
And,
probably some special
Yeah.
situations, like the grocery store.
yeah. We are running out of town. I think there's some public comment that might be interesting now. Is everybody okay with Mary now? Should we move on?
I had a couple small things that
Go
are
ahead.
not as wide ranging of a discussion as that.
This is a good discussion, so if we go over
Yeah.
6, it's okay with me.
Okay, sweet. The 2-foot setback from residential property lines. We don't have row homes. Why is this necessary? I mean, if you are right next to somebody's property, there is something in chapter, was it 20, for a 0 lot line, but they're pretty rare. For the most part, you would just be opening onto somebody's grass, so like, don't put a garden there, right? Or just,
Well, it's for your car, like if your driveway is right on your property line, and you pull up, at the edge of your driveway, you open your door, now your door's in your neighbor's property, when you step out, you're on their property. And so the 2-foot just makes it to where, when you get out of your car, you're gonna be on your property.
I mean, there are some properties that share driveways.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't apply to
And
them.
there are, I mean, some people live in towns. It seems like this is a very like, "Ugh, stay away from me kind of thing. It seems like this is something that if developers knew their customers didn't want to be next to other people, then they would just build it away. And if not, then
Well, they just
you
want to be
wouldn't buy a
2
house
feet
there.
away, they don't want to be very far away, but I think it's just important that when you get out of your car, you can be on your property.
yeah, I mean, it seems to me like something that would happen anyway without the regulation, but I don't know if anybody's tried to do it with, just on their own. The other one is the parking setbacks must now count as green space, not driveways or anything else. And I guess the core of the issue I have is why do we need buffering from cars to other cars? It's still a similar use.
Within the green space, when you have like just a giant parking lot, you have nothing but cars and nothing but pavement, you're going to have a heat island, which is going to get hotter, and you're going to have, visually, it's going to be very unattractive. So having that green space, it defines where the sidewalk and the street is versus where the parking area is. It kind of delineates them. It gives you a place for the landscaping to make it a more of an attractive streetscape and kind of confine the parking lot, and it helps reduce that heat island.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me it's like a chin strap beard keeping your face warm. Like, it's very little for all of this. I mean, it's really just a, 5 to 20 foot buffer for what's otherwise like a 6 acre.
Well, it's 15 feet, and then we have interior parking lot landscaping requirements. So for every parking space, you have to have 40 square feet of interior landscaping. So when you look at the parking lots, I go to some other cities and I look at their parking lots like, oh, that is so ugly, because I focus on it now. But when I come to some of ours, like, that looks much nicer. You've got trees, you've got shrubs, and there's a few of them that are just awesome because the developers just went over and above what they had to do.
It seems like if we didn't have such high parking minimums, we wouldn't need to worry about the heat island effect in the first place, though, because then developers would just put less parking spaces because they know their customers at. I mean,
True, and when we get to the point where we don't need so much parking, we could have more outlot buildings, we could have more landscaping.
yeah.
It'd be a great deal.
So
So the presentation didn't cover like the changes in parking to, or what the parking requirements are gonna be for like the high school, which I brought up during the planning commission meeting,
Mhm.
and I don't remember now, it was like,
We were going to base it on assembly size, especially for grade schools.
that's right, that was one of them that I thought was unnecessary, because it's like planning for Black Friday, right? So you have 2 assemblies a year, and there's not enough parking, it overflows into the neighborhood, and I don't generally see a problem with that, but,
I know that a few years back, I don't know if it's 4 or 5 years back, the schools did a big bond, and so they made a lot of improvements. And we did a site plan on almost every site plan we did for existing schools. They had to use on-street parking. So we had to get use of right-of-way permits. We had to have angled parking on the streets, and our traffic engineer, he wasn't fond of them because they just weren't deep enough. He's like, when you back up, you need extra depth so you can back up far enough where you can now see beyond the other car. So technically, he didn't feel they were very safe, especially being out on the street. It might be okay in a parking lot where everybody's going slow. But almost every grade school we had to add on-street parking. And so the idea is schools aren't just for schools. They have churches there. They have all kinds of clubs that meet there. And so we were going to do surveys of many schools. We thought it was a great idea. I made a list. We're going to drive around and just check their parking, but our time frame, we just never could do it. I think we looked at 2 schools. And so we couldn't do it on in-depth survey.
so that was one, but the other thing I think I brought up, I have thoughts on that along with the, providing too much parking, I think is always our deal. But the other thing that came up was the amount of bike parking that was provided for the high schools. I think especially someplace like Lawrence High, which it seems like people are always trying to bike and walk more, and it should be easier, especially with bike boulevard there. And that was something like for, I don't remember what it was, but there was more parking for cars than there are for bikes, when you have only about half the student population that is even of age to drive. I understand maybe that's staff too, but that's assuming there aren't staff people who wouldn't maybe otherwise bike if they could. But when you have half your student population that is not even old enough to drive, it seems like that's something that should really be taken into account.
Yeah, and I'll look at that at the high school parking. It's,
So I just wondered, if there
It
were any
requires-
additional thoughts that came up on that. I don't remember exactly what they were. It was,
you have to have 1 vehicle per each employee plus 1 per 3 students. And then we were recommending bicycle short-term, 2 per 25 students, and then long-term, 1 per 25 students.
right.
So that could certainly be
So
increased.
two bicycle spots for 25 students at a school where only half the kids can drive. Can drive. That's not even the
It's
ones
3.
that do.
2 short-term and 1 long-term, so 3 per 25 students.
Okay.
Part of the challenge too, I think, at all those school sites, as many as their existing bike parking spaces that they were counting were cone-style bike racks, which the changes to the new requirements would have also made them replace to inverted U racks, which would have made the capacity at the bike parking actually meet more of the design intention of the capacity, which should improve bike parking across the board.
Yeah.
cone ones are not any good. I have one final question, and that was about the alley parking. Why is stacked parking no longer allowed?
Really wasn't my call, but.
Okay, I'm just in general, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know the real reason. I think maybe it's because the idea was that when people stack park and you have an apartment and nobody knows who the other people are. It's not like a family, like a single-family home. Like in my driveway, we stack park all the time because if somebody's behind you, you just ask them to move. But in an apartment, you might be stack parked and you don't know whose car it is behind you, so you're locked in. I think the idea was to reduce that. I'm not particularly married to that concept, so.
Yeah, it seems like that's the kind of thing where if you did have an apartment, maybe you just would figure something out between the tenants, and if it was a single family home, you'd be fine, and if it was an apartment, you couldn't figure it out, you got the street still. I just think with Plan 2040, I know we keep harping on it, but, you know, we're trying to prioritize infill development. So if you have an empty lot in East Lawrence, if you can afford it, say you want to build a duplex or an ADU if we eventually allow stuff like that. The issue is, if you need to provide the amount of parking required under those current uses, once again, if the zoning ever actually happens, that wouldn't pencil out a lot of times because lots just aren't wide enough sometimes to have the required parking spaces. So
True.
if we want
That's-
infill development, this is not going to help.
Right, and so you'd see variances either from the number of parking space required or to allow the stacked parking. And we don't really want to create an issue where we're having a lot of variances. So.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like once you start having a lot of variances, maybe
That's when you
start to
identify.
question the rule itself. Like, does it make any
Yes.
sense? I mean,
Absolutely.
so, yeah, I mean, I would strongly suggest not having that because it seems like something that doesn't really need to be regulated right now and will hurt any potential infill development and, you know. central
Okay,
areas.
let's get some public comment, and we can see who wants to come up and talk for no more than 3 minutes, and then we can summarize this and get to our regular meeting. Thanks, Mary.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, we're ready. Public comment?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Michael Allman. And I wholeheartedly agree that we need to reduce the minimum automobile parking requirements. I appreciate Nick's and Aaron's comments particularly about that. And it seems to me that rather than trying to answer this idea with all the reasons why it's going to be difficult or impossible or awkward or not cost effective or whatever, we should be creatively thinking outside the box to figure out how it is we can do it. And I think Mr. Kuzmiak hit on the main reason that I think it can be done, and that is, I think you said we need to figure out how we get all these things to work together. In other words, think holistically, in whole systems. That's with a W, a whole, holistic. So a lot of this isn't necessarily going to be addressed in parking per se, but like Ms. Bowen said, in transit, working with systems that are interrelated, multimodal. That's what this commission is all about. For instance, to put incentivize bicycles more by requiring bicycle parking at bus stops that are near neighborhoods. What other was I thinking here? Well, just like, for instance, Kansas City right now is considering having no fare for the transit system to increase ridership. Why isn't Lawrence considering that? That would get more people on buses. We could be increasing the bicycle parking requirements, putting the bicycle parking at the doorway of the shopping center, the stores. Years ago, Marcy Francisco, who you probably know is an avid bicyclist, she characterized bicycling as portal-to-portal transportation, and it should be. And it isn't in this town. It's not been designed properly. We have bicycle parking similar to like what Ms. Bowen said, for where pedestrians are trying to get to the stores. bicycle parking is somewhere isolated away from the stores and oftentimes too. It should be right by the store. We put handicap parking as close to the store doorway as possible. We should do the same with the bicycles. There's a number of things we can do to incentivize bicycles, disincentivize automobiles, and incentivize transit, and get all the systems to work together. So I think that's how we need to approach it. Instead of this departmental silos approach, we do one thing in one department, another thing in another department, and they don't coordinate. So anyway, that's one good example, by the way, of reduced parking requirements. Very good example is the Massachusetts Street Dillon store. I think that was reduced 25%, something in that magnitude. And it's tight there. You drive in there and maybe you find, 8 or 10 available spaces in the whole lot, but there's always some space there. It's magically, I'm not sure how. A lot of people around there walk, and that's probably why. So it will work if we figure out how to do it.
Great. Thanks, Michael. Any other public comment? Okay. I have a question. I believe this came to us via the Planning Commission or the City Commission. Aaron, was it the Planning Commission? I think Dave and Chuck, I don't know that they're going to watch this entire video, but I think it would be nice if we could summarize the discussion in some way. Aaron, do you have any suggestions as to what might work for the Planning Commission?
I think it was more, maybe, yeah, I guess we'll go back to Planning Commission. But I think it was more, I think that now I don't remember, it's been like 3 months, but the idea is that we give City Commission a little more to think about, since we're
Right.
the Transportation Commission and it deals so much really with transportation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, I think it'd be really helpful if you could provide your comments, because they were really good comments, and I won't be able to repeat them so well. So if you did manage some way just to make a synopsis of the comments you made about parking and a lot of the different comments, especially downtown parking, stack parking, that way we can go ahead and present that to the Planning Commission, and then your comments, they'll go ahead to the City Commission.
When's the deadline for that?
Well, it doesn't go until the January meeting, so you probably have until like the first week of January to get that in.
And that's Planning Commission, Mary, or City Commission?
Planning Commission, it's going to go back
Planning
to the
Commission.
Planning Commission.
Okay. Any suggestions on how we do that?
Do we have a meeting in January?
No, we do not. But
sorry, what did you just say?
we don't have a meeting in January. But and I think something really bullet points, discussion points would be what I would recommend. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I think Mary can maybe summarize some of the higher level discussion on the parking that we've talked about when she presents it to the Planning Commission, but everyone's free to go in and put in their own public comments with the open comment period.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if there was specific direction on the Transportation Commission providing feedback or recommendations, so I don't know that. Mary, is there specific areas or anything that?
I think the comment was just made to take it to the Transportation Commission and just see what they thought.
Okay.
What their thoughts were
Yeah,
about it.
that's why I believe that we should do something as a group.
Is it possible for us to have time to do this? I think if we had time, I would like to see a group of us get together to synthesize something
Good
in
idea.
writing. But with the deadline that you have, it feels it would be difficult for us to do that.
So if we're thinking we want to do it before that meeting, which makes sense, we don't have a
Yeah.
meeting in January, could we just, I know we're a little over now, but I think a rough, quick bullet point add to it, we could do now, but I don't know if
I'd prefer to have some chance to see it in writing, think about it, get even public input on that, and then.
It isn't a real
Fine,
pressing
so-
amendment, we've been deferring it for a while, so if you wanted one more month, I think I could move it back to February.
It's also not going to be until January 22nd, so that seems like quite a ways away, you just mean that there's no formal process to bring it
Yeah.
back before this group?
Right, where we could say, yeah, we agree with this statement.
Okay.
And
Well,
so
I'm going to be
just-
bold and suggest that Charlie, Nick, and Aaron get together and come up with a list of,
That's what these bold
of,
Carol, Nick and Aaron.
Carol, I don't want to exclude you, but I'm not excluding anybody. But if you guys,
Where's Donna?
I don't know,
She's outside.
she's coming.
I think it's really important that we start making these connections.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I
I
really
just like to
do.
do it properly.
Are you up for this?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to have some time. I guess that's my issue. I'd like to study this a little bit more. I think you've given us a great introduction, and I'd like to even review the tape on the planning commission discussion if they had one already. It'd be useful to hear some other
So
perspectives.
maybe the plan is, I think it was at least 3 months ago that came to planning commission, I don't remember. Yes,
Close to probably.
so the plan would be that we try and push this back with planning commission a month. And we meet in the interim, make bullet points, bring it back to our February meeting.
If possible.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If it can be pushed
It
into the
can be,
February
yeah.
meeting,
January's pretty full, I think we just have one day.
then the group would have something to review as a body as a whole in February. If it was something from the commission as a whole, it'd be better to have the whole group vote on it.
Well, we
Put it on our
can,
agenda, that's,
yeah. Can we have up to 4 people on a committee?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Carol, if you'd like to join the group, that's fine with me.
We need to make this decision in our regular meeting.
Oh,
I think it would
maybe we
be
should.
probably appropriate to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always get ahead of myself here, so, yes, we can do that.
Let's
Can do that.
let's do that.
Okay, I think we'll adjourn this, if that's okay, and
Yep.
we'll be, let's try to kick off at 6:20. That gives everybody enough time.
I think it'll be pretty short.
Okay, welcome everyone to the December 2nd, 2019 Multimodal Transportation Commission meeting. First item is approval of the meeting minutes from last month.
And I had some corrections.
Okay.
On the commission items, under item number 7, I had mentioned 2 points. I think investing was probably supposed to be investigating the cap on property tax. And the, let's see, what was the other one I brought up? Oh, understand the legalities of why we have the state law and what we might be able to do within it.
All right. Sounds right to me. With those corrections to the minutes, do we have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Motion by Donna, second. Second by Charlie. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting minutes are approved. Do we have public comment tonight? I won't read the instructions unless we do. Okay, if no public comment. We'll move on to the regular agenda. First item, Castle, 22nd Street to Clinton Parkway Design Review. I think Jason's here.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Hoskinson with BG Consultants. I feel like I'm starting to make it a regular monthly attendance here. Should appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit tonight about the Castle Drive reconstruction project, kind of fill you in on the project intent, the scope, schedule, and then receive any feedback and recommendations from this commission tonight as we progress through the design phase of the project. So I've got a graphic, and this is a design memo that we put together and included in your packet. I'm mostly going to talk to the graphic here in just a minute, but to kind of give you a feel for the project and the location, this is Castle Drive from Clinton Parkway to 22nd Street. So it encompasses the Hy-V on Clinton Parkway, that signalized intersection into Hy-V, includes reconstruction of the transportation infrastructure, basically the entire right-of-way is kind of where we're headed with it. And improving operations and making pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and infrastructure improvements such as that. Currently, we're about 50% through the design process. We're on track and shooting for a late winter, early spring bid opening, so it could be constructed next year. So again, that's why we want to get to the Transportation Commission and get your input and feedback on the design status and where we're headed with it before we get too far down the design path. The bullet points that you have listed here kind of highlight a bulk of what's included in the design right now. I'm not going to go through those at the moment, but if you've all driven through there, especially during PM peak hours, there's a lot of traffic that goes through this intersection. It's 2 arterial streets through the Clinton Parkway and Castle Drive intersection. We collected data this past summer, traffic data, turning movement counts. The peak hour, when we analyzed the peak hour movements, we found it operated around a level service C under the presumed operations, assuming there's no queue spillbacks and things of that nature. If you ever go out there during the peak hour, you probably have seen that the southbound left turn lane, this would be on the north leg of Clinton Parkway and Castle Drive. That southbound left turn lane is very short, and what we've got going, you can see the number here, 323 vehicles per hour. There's a high left turn, southbound left turn volume Now, what we see is there's a lot of spillback. The Q spills back, blocks the through movement. It actually blocks the entrance to Hy-Vee quite frequently. Roughly 50% of the time is what we estimate during the peak hour. That Q storage length is insufficient for the left turn movement. So that's part of what's driving the need for this. So the level service C in the existing scenario assumes that those Qs aren't spilling back. What we actually have is level service E and F when that happens, and then it takes time for traffic to meter out and flow through and restore itself to normal operations. There's a lot of congestion on that north leg. So we looked at a number of options, including some different signal timing, different phasing, different patterns and schemes, and what we've recommended to staff and are including so far through the design process is to rebuild that intersection with dual left turn lanes for that southbound approach. It'll make a drastic improvement on the level of service operations and cut down on the Q spillovers into the through lanes, so we can get those left turners into their own lane so they're not blocking the southbound through movements. So let me jump over to the graphic to kind of present to you what this looks like. So there's moving on me. Hang tight, that mouse is finicky. Okay, so on the left side of the screen, we've got Clinton Parkway. North is to the right on the screen. So we've got Clinton Parkway, Castle Drive. This is the portion of Castle Drive that hasn't been rebuilt yet from the curve all the way up to 6th Street. Here's the Hy-Vee entrance, which is also a signalized intersection. And then 22nd Street is located right here. This is approximately where the Castle Drive reconstruction stopped. What was it, about 4 or 5 years ago? I think, Dave? 10? Time flies. So we are connecting into that with the road reconstruction. As I mentioned, what we've recommended in our analysis is for our southbound maneuvers, we'd have the 2 through lanes just as there is now. However, we'd add a right turn lane approaching Clinton Parkway. We would remove the raised median and construct dual left turn lanes for the southbound approach. We're actually going to extend that length out significantly beyond what it is now. So not only are we providing 2 lanes of storage, but the lanes themselves are about twice as long. And then there's 2 northbound lanes as well, continuing on north on Castle. The intersection of the Hy-Vee entrance mostly remains unchanged. Right now, what we've shown is painted median markings for the left turn maneuvers and restoring the right turn lane into the Hy-Vee entrance. As part of the improvements, both signals would be replaced at this intersection. These improvements with the dual left turns and getting the queues into the queues and storage into their own lanes also allows us to better coordinate the timing between the signals. So we should be able to achieve better operation as a whole through this area. As far as pedestrian bicycle maneuvers, we are adding a 6-foot sidewalk on the east side of Castle Drive, right through here. It is going to require, with the cut that we're looking at on the profile there, we will have a retaining wall on the back side there, about 6 or 7 foot tall wall up through here, and then it will connect into the existing sidewalk somewhere just south of 22nd Street. On the west side, we are continuing the shared use path that's been constructed on the west side of Castle through the remainder of the corridor. Right now, that shared use path comes down from the north, stops at 22nd Street. We'll pick it up, we'll replace the existing sidewalk with that shared use path across the frontage of Hy-Vee and connect down to the shared use path on Clinton Parkway. Couple other small items I'll note. Our analysis also found a high westbound right turn movement, westbound Clinton Parkway right turn movement to go north on Castle Drive. The design of this dates back to 60s, 70s, and it's kind of old rural style design. Obviously, this is not a rural area anymore. There's a lot of things we could do with just removing some of the taper and some minor modifications here to lengthen that right turn lane and make that maneuver more efficient to where the right turners can actually get into the turn lane when there's a red light. So all in all, that's I guess in a nutshell, the improvements that's being recommended at this time in the design, again, we're roughly 50% through the design process and wanted to present this to the commission to get some feedback and try to incorporate anything that we could at this moment. So with that said, I think I'll turn it back over to the commission and be here to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Jason. Who wants to start? I see some
Are we
people
just
perking up down
asking
here.
questions or start?
Yes, we're asking questions. Then
I'd
we'll
like-
take public comment and then come back.
I'd like to better understand the justification for removing the raised medians. Not just at the intersection with Clinton Parkway, but the entire segment, all raised medians are gone. And I feel like we've been watching a lot of projects lately where intersections get redone and raised medians get extracted. And I don't feel like I understand why that happens, what benefit it is to the public. So maybe you
Okay.
can explain that a little bit more.
Sure, yeah. No, part of it at this, I'll start with the Clinton Parkway Castle Drive intersection. There's a couple of components here. One is lane alignment and trying to avoid offsets and changes and transitions through an intersection. You want your lanes to be aligned for the best and safest mode of travel for traffic driving through the intersection. The south leg has been rebuilt without medians. So this design, as you see here, we're able to line up the through movements for basically a straight shot across the intersection, so we don't have a taper, kind of like at say the 6th and Iowa intersection, where there's kind of a taper through that intersection. The other component to that, to provide, well, a couple of things here. To provide a sufficiently sized median in there for refuge or any kind of pedestrian accommodations, there's two things. One, it increases the crosswalk length, so there's actually a longer crossing distance for pedestrians to get across that intersection. And two, it also pushes this east curb line or the west curb line, one way or the other, depending on which way you shift it, further into some geology constraints. There's a pretty steep hill here with a lot of private utilities in it that become very problematic. And then over here, you can actually see, this is the bank right there on the corner of the intersection. There's a pretty large retaining wall right here. That's all private property as well that we'd be pushing into. Not to say we couldn't acquire more right-of-way to do that, but trying to keep that footprint within the intersection, and then also from a maintenance perspective for snow plowing and things of that nature, trying to avoid raised medians in this area. Those are some of the key reasons why we went with that kind of a design. Now, moving farther north of the Hy-Vee intersection, here we're trying to match what was, driver expectation here. Similar design on the north leg that was reconstructed about 10 years ago with painted medians, excuse me. This would be an opportunity, I think, if there were to be some raised medians here, we might be able to do something with a raised median in through this segment between 22nd Street and Hy-Vee fairly easily. There are some drainage issues that will come about. We'd have to add some additional structures there, but it would be doable.
So when you say it would require more width, that's assuming that we have two left turn lanes on
Correct.
Castle? I mean, you've already increased the length of those turn lanes. What would be the impact of having only one left turn lane and keeping the raised median?
You're likely going to have the same situation as you have now with left turn storage spilling back into the southbound through lanes. Our analysis shows you need about 275, pushing 300 feet of storage if you have one single lane, which is going to push you somewhere back into this nature or in this region. Once you add a taper in there, now all of a sudden we don't really have room for a left turn lane, or not much of a left turn lane for the Hy-Vee entrance.
And the data you presented was kind of for 1 hour a day. Can you tell us, like, how often is this happening beyond that hour?
We didn't analyze further hours around the peak hours. We looked at the morning peak and the afternoon peak, evening, I should say, between 5 and 6. I can tell you, I was out there at like 3 o'clock a week or two ago, and it was spilling back through the Hy-Vee entrance as well.
In your memo, you said it's a slight improvement. Tonight, you said it was a drastic improvement.
I'm sorry,
what's your-
the drastic improvement is to the storage and the intersection efficiency on this north leg. The level of service for the overall intersection remains a level service C. The overall delay decreases a little bit with the new design, but the overall intersection level of service is still level service C.
So,
However, remember, only 50% of the time, that north leg is operating at a good level of service during peak hours. The other periods of the time, it's not.
And it's the right turn lane as well, right?
Yeah, the right turn lane adds to it as well, yeah.
the 5 seconds that's improved, I mean, that's,
That's 5 seconds per vehicle,
okay.
times a couple, 2,500 vehicles a day, or in the peak hour.
Charlie, kind of the way I was interpreting this when I was reading it is that the improvement in level of service is kind of marginal at best, but the improvement in not having 2 unused lanes in the middle with 2 totally packed lanes that spill all the way out to 22nd Terrace, that's where the improvement is basically. So,
And the level of service is the whole intersection.
right.
All movements, not the southbound left movement. So that considerably clears that out quicker, and it can also give us more time for the other movements too, to clear that left turn.
Right, during that peak hour, when those queues are spilling back through here, they're level service EF. It's not good. With this improvement, though, we're able to store the 95th percentile queue during the peak hour within the 2 turn lanes without it spilling back into the through lanes there. So we basically opened up the intersection to actually operate the way it was intended to operate. Right now, it can't do it.
Thank you.
I have a lot of comments on this because it's my neck of the woods, an intersection we regularly used to use for bikes,
Questions?
but I know. Thank you, Charlie. But one of the questions I have, because I don't know, there's a lot I could say, is on that corner, the northeast corner. It looks like that radius turn is not going to be quite as wide for cars, so it's going to be a little tighter turn. Is that just,
No,
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell.
that might be kind of hard to tell with the aerial there. It's going back with the same radius.
So going back with the same radius. All right. So I'll make my comment on that later.
Okay.
Level of service for bicycles isn't included, so.
David, my question is probably more for you. How does Castle fit into the overall scheme of things? What kind of street is it? What do we call it? How does it fit with the other main drags?
Castle is a major arterial in our major thoroughfares plan, similar to Clinton Parkway. Clinton Parkway is also a major arterial. So it's a, 2 major arterial streets at an intersection. It's, has a lot of traffic volume, maybe not as much as Iowa, but Castle has a lot of north-south traffic. It's one of the few streets that goes all the way through the community, north-south. And there's Clinton Parkway is one of the few east-west streets that goes through the community. So it's a major intersection. It is. And I've seen the queuing. I lived close to there for 18 years and seen the queuing of traffic frequently back up in that inside southbound lane, and then people that want to go through are then shifting over into the right lane after it's been backed up. And so, I think if we can make that improvement, there's going to be a safety benefit to the geometrics of adding the double left turn lanes. So, but yeah, that with that commercial area there generates a lot of traffic there at that other intersection there to the north, that signalized intersection with Hy-Vee. And so, as Jason pointed out, coordination of those signals too. We need to look at ways to improve that operation between those two intersections, so.
Thank you.
Anybody?
I think Aaron had some more.
Oh, I've got comments, but
Oh, your
I think
comment,
as far as questions go, I think they
clarifications.
Yeah, I think clarifications
Oh,
are
we're
pretty
doing
much.
that,
If neither of those radius, the east side or west side, are changing, because it kind of looks like they are, but it's hard to tell from the picture, then.
Yeah, as
I
I
think that's the only
said, it might be a
clarification.
little deceptive because of
Yeah.
the aerial, but my recollection's 50 foot, I think is what the existing and proposed radiuses are going to be.
So I guess my other question would be, the last clarification, would be that road is going to be wider now.
Slightly. Now,
With
we
that.
are reducing the lane widths. The existing
Right.
lanes are 12 foot wide. We're going with 11-foot lanes.
So how
The
much
e-
wider will it be?
The-
Only,
The east, I'm trying to remember here, the east curb line actually shifts west about a foot or two, just the way it shakes out. And the west curb line, as you can see here, is shifting about 5 or 6 feet. So we're talking on the magnitude of four-ish feet wider. Because again, remember, those existing lanes are 12 foot, so we're reducing a foot off of each one of them. And there's an existing median in there, which
okay, so
is
you're,
about the width of a lane as
right,
well.
okay, so you're saying,
It's a
You're-
marginal
yeah, all right.
change.
Anybody else?
You good, Aaron?
Mm-hmm, I think so.
Nick?
I had some questions about the traffic study. My understanding of the timeline is kind of fuzzy, but I know at some point pretty recently, the exit or entrance to the SLT and Castlewood was closed. Was that over the summer or the spring? When did that happen?
Oh, as last year, this
Ooh,
year,
time
well,
flies.
earlier this year.
Okay.
Spring, I
feels
would
like
say
recently.
spring. Time goes by so quickly,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so this
It's been closed for a while.
Okay, so this traffic study then was done afterwards then, right?
Correct.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been really curious to see how things change, because I would assume that turning would happen more frequently, but straight through north-south traffic might happen less frequently because there's less of a reason to go further south. So I guess what I was getting at is, was the traffic study performed, were there any implications about just the level of service, and I don't know if you can really define it like that, on just the through southbound and northbound lanes? For example, did you notice that this intersection was almost used more for turning than it was for going straight through it?
Well, if you look at the numbers, there's a heavy flow rate of through movements as well.
Okay.
Certainly let me scroll up here to the
Yeah, where is it?
peak hour movements. And actually, if you look at the AM versus the PM, you can kind of see a reverse pattern of people coming home or going to work. I guess going to work in the morning, coming home in the evening. So yeah, typically, from a traffic engineering perspective, when we're up in the 300-plus vehicles per hour on turning movements, you're probably looking pretty hard at dual lefts.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to operate well, especially if you don't have much storage distance. And in this case, we don't, because Hy-Vee's
22nd
entrance
Terrace, yeah.
is very close. But if you look, 670 vehicles in the morning headed east, 736 headed west, coming home in the evening. Most of the other movements, I guess the westbound right turn was high, I mentioned that earlier. Most of the other movements fit within what would be expected for an intersection of this type. One of the things I did find in the analysis, doing the dual left turns and trying to better allocate 60 seconds of time to traffic. 60 seconds is a constant, that's not going to change, right? So it's a matter of allocating that green time to the demand where it's at when it's needed. By making these improvements, we actually improved a number of the levels of service on the Clinton Parkway. Left turn movements, for example, improved on Clinton Parkway because we're able to get the traffic off of Castle quicker.
Right.
So.
So in that case, would the traffic count support doing something like, say, a dedicated left turn lane right next to a hybridized straight through / left turn lane next to just a straight through and then just right? So only 4 lanes instead of 5 going south. Would the traffic counts justify that, or is there still not enough room given what we now know? Do people know how to do that around here? I don't know if there are any. Sorry, I'm not from here. Is that confusing to people? If there's signs, can we pull this off?
You're talking about a shared through left maneuver.
Yeah.
It might be possible. One of the things I've always found when we analyze those kinds of scenarios, you get into what's called a Dallas phasing. You have your north and south phases aren't going to go together, just because of the through and the left turn movements being in the same lane. So you give one leg all the green time, they get the red while all three others are stopped. And then you give the other one some green time while the other three are stopped. And then you go back to Clinton Parkway. In some instances, that works well. I guess we could go back and look at it. I didn't look at it in this one in particular. But
I mean, I kind of just thought of that and I realized, oh yeah, I grew up driving on this kind of road. So, I mean, I don't know if they were just flawed designs. It's possible they were. I don't know. But I just out of curiosity.
It could be either from constraints or, but yeah, again, I have analyzed some different intersections in that fashion. Most often in this region, I find it's not necessarily the most efficient solution.
Is it more for like an urban setting or?
Yeah, I think when I've seen them in larger settings where you have, say, a 6-lane street or something like that, and it's just a lot of traffic.
Okay, so in that case, that basically will answer my question already about northbound traffic. It sounds like with the traffic counts that you're seeing, 2 lanes are basically necessary. And I'm not saying you have to get rid of it, I was just kind of curious. So to go off what Charlie was saying about the landscape raised meetings going away in exchange for the painted meetings, which is, it sounds like we're not married to necessarily. It sounds like at 50% design, that could kind of go either way. It seems to me that having a pedestrian refuge halfway through the street could be really nice for what's otherwise a giant road. And families on that east side of the street do definitely walk to Hy-Vee, and it's one of the very few spots in town where people can walk to a grocery store. So in the interest of, once again, keeping with Plan 2040, it seems like maybe having a refuge point halfway through, if it's not going to be very long light, which it's not right now, might be helpful. So, I mean, it definitely, there are implications for snow removal. It's kind of annoying, but I don't know, just a thought. And what else? What deficiencies do the current signals have that require them to be replaced? Are they not programmable, or why do they need to be replaced?
Dave, you might have.
Well, there's some equipment. Yeah, I don't know about the poles and some of the signal heads and so forth, but a lot of the equipment is outdated.
Like all the
and doesn't meet our
software controlling hardware stuff
all
like
that
that?
stuff.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I figured.
Detection systems and upgrading to our ITS software and on our network, and so and I know that one on 22nd, the Hy-Vee entrance is not synced with our fiber network. We're actually doing a fiber project now on Downcastle there, and so a lot of the software and cabinet equipment needs to be replaced. I don't know if we've looked into great detail on the poles at this point, but you know, I don't know how long they've been there, but a lot of the times it's better just to replace them all when we're doing the work.
I agree.
When we do geometric improvements with turn lanes too, and looking at getting sidewalk ramps in that are ADA compliant. From experience, I know the one on the northeast corner is not in a great place. And so just, you know, the work may just necessitate the poles moving too. But we always try to maintain what infrastructure that we have that's in good shape, and we'll do that with this, but if not, we'll replace.
Okay, cool. 2 tiny questions here, maybe. I've heard that the 22nd Terrace stoplight only starts being like actually on and off at 7 a.m. and later. Is there anything, would it be possible to make that earlier for people who do walk earlier in the morning or later at night? I don't know how late it goes, but it sounds like it's timed kind of oddly, you know, when it's open and closed.
Yeah, it's in flash. I want to say probably around, maybe starts at 6 or 7 and or 10 or 11 p.m. it goes into flash, because there's not as much turning traffic coming out of the side street. Is it possible to change it? The answer is yes. I haven't, no one's raised that concern to me before about crossing there at other times. So if that, if we know those issues and concerns, we could certainly look at it. And it may, you know, quite frankly, have been in Flash because it hasn't been really coordinated with the other signals. And so maybe it can remain, we can extend the hours of, that it's operating out of Flash and it will still operate just fine,
Okay.
so, yeah.
Sounds good. And I did see the access management plan during construction, but it's not clear to me how pedestrian and cross-traffic car access will be able to get across the intersection at 22nd Terrace and Castle. So is there always going to be a way up? Because that's a dead-end street. That the only other way out is a private drive that probably they'd be okay with letting them use, but just figured I'd bring that up.
Yeah, no, that reminds me, I had a whole nother sheet. I didn't scroll
The other
down
big
to.
sheet.
So we are working through a pretty detailed traffic control phasing plan for this project, with the intent being building it half at a time. Most likely working on the east side first. There's water line that's being replaced over there. We would maintain access through the work zone and require either a half at a time construction. I think, as you might have mentioned, we are also looking at, well, actually, I think, Nick, you're probably talking about private access through the DCCCA.
Yeah, because if that whole thing in blue is blocked off, that's the only other way out of there.
Right, right. We're also looking at, the church to the east end of that dead end, 22nd Terrace Street, owns some property where the street basically runs right up to their property, and there's just a barricade
Right.
across there. So we're looking, I'm gonna have some conversations with them about maybe doing temporary access to the east, just for a second way in and out. Don't know if it'll fly, but we're having those conversations right now. But bottom line, no, there wouldn't be any period of time where they wouldn't have some way in and out to Castle, the folks that live east of the project.
Okay. Even when construction's happening right in the intersection? I mean, I'm assuming there are some impracticalities,
Right.
at times to having that, but in terms of being able to cross that street,
Yeah. No, it's certainly going to be inconvenient. There is no convenient construction project. But it's a matter of setting the phasing up right and getting that taken care of.
Okay.
This one doesn't daunt me as much as 23rd and Iowa did, maintaining all the movements through there. So.
Yeah. Cool, thanks. I'm good.
I have a couple. First one, how would this affect, one way or another, if at all, the traffic on 31st and Iowa in both directions? I use that quite a bit to get over up 31st to Castle over to 6th. And I wouldn't call it a cut-through street, but it's a little bit of a way to get around as opposed to going up to Clinton Parkway and heading in. Do you see that? And the reason I ask, it's not really a pedestrian area because the street's so wide, but there are a lot of residential developments right there on Castle and 31st as it turns. And there's also a lot of bike usage, I think, getting, on 31st Street to the trail that heads west around, I can't come up with the name right now, but you're very familiar with that area. But I'm just kind of wondering if this is going to change the behavior of the traffic, 31st Castle, if you know.
When the project's completed?
Yeah,
Well, I wouldn't anticipate it to change a lot. I mean, we're not adding any other through lanes. It's still going to be 2 through lanes, north and south. So, I mean, we would typically just look at whatever additional development could occur South Iowa or in that area off. There's some areas off 31st there west of Iowa that haven't been developed and could generate more
Right.
traffic. So those would have
Right.
more impact on traffic on Castle and or 31st Street than this project, because this project's not really adding any other capacity for like north-south through traffic.
okay.
Hope that answers your question.
It does.
We
I
can-
wouldn't expect it to change a lot, if any, based on what I see here. I was just
Yeah,
kind
and
of curious about it.
and I wouldn't either.
Okay. And secondly, can you all talk about the funding for these kinds of projects? We get a lot of bike ped stuff, and, we're getting pretty deep into that, but just generally, when was this project funded? How did all that work? How did it come to the forefront at this stage in the game?
The project's funded out of our infrastructure sales tax, which is primarily the fund that we use to do reconstruction of streets, which would fund the street and signal improvements and ped bike facilities. We're also looking at redoing the water line on the east side. I think we had a break there not too long ago, and at first I don't know if we were going to do that, but while we're doing the project and working there on that hill there, I think we're looking at replacing that. That would come out of our water line replacement fund. So those are the funding sources. It's in the CIP for construction in 2020. I guess the pavement condition, I don't know if we put that on the checklist or not, but it's in very bad shape. In fact, when we did the project to the north from 22nd to 15th Street, this segment was originally included in the scope of that reconstruction. And Chuck probably remembers it better than me, but I think the project was $1 million over budget, and it was I think one of the first or second infrastructure sales tax projects of the last, the beginning of our program. And this segment got trimmed out just because it was over budget. It's kind of sat there in bad shape since then. So it should have been rebuilt a long time ago, and it's just kind of gotten pushed down the road. And with the improvements that we've made on the rest of Castle, over the last 10 years to the south and north, it's that one little gap that we want to kind of fix. So that's why we're doing it, and that's why it's in the CIP.
Am I correct that projects like this kind of come to us somewhat randomly? Or, as far as looking at the funding and the process and prioritization and all of that, we don't see that at this level up here, do we?
You don't, and I can't remember if we went through the CIP last year, and maybe that might be a good exercise to do here this spring.
Yeah.
But we have a 5-year CIP, and so that includes reconstruction projects. So you can go out and look, and right now it's the 2020 to 2024 CIP would show you projects out to 2024.
Right.
And so you can see what's coming by looking at the CIP. And from year to year, priorities change, and projects can be moved up or down, but that gives you an indication on what the expectations are. And so here, real soon, February, March, we'll be beginning the process of the 2021 budget and the next CIP, and looking at reprioritizing that program. So.
Right. Well, maybe it's just me, but I'm just kind of feeling like this is here, and I just don't have the background in terms of the funding and the budget, in terms of how it got here. Now, maybe, that's too far deep into the weeds for us. Maybe not. But I would expect that in the next year, we'd have a lot of discussion about infrastructure and prioritization for things like this that we ought to be, able to deal with and respond to. So,
I have some questions. On the traffic coming down the hill past Hy-Vee, I doubt very much that they're following the speed limit because of the hill. They really come down very fast. So when we have the narrower lanes, it's going to choke their speed a little bit. What is the crash data right now?
I don't have that with me. At the intersection or on the hill, coming down the hill?
Well,
Maybe I don't have any of
anywhere
it,
from
to be
Hy-Vee
honest, but-
down to the intersection. I wondered what it was like.
Anecdotally, it's not great. People do get tickled there from time to time because apparently southbound drivers aren't aware that there even is a light at 22nd Terrace, so they're a little bit, I don't know. There's lack of awareness and a heightened speed, so. But again, anecdotal, I don't have actual statistics, so.
I would add to that, it's a nervous
Is there
drive.
anything that we can do to prepare these drivers to slow down?
And still, maybe put a raised median in there?
Going this way.
I mean, further up Castle,
That's
where
what
it
I
was taken out.
Something.
Does narrowing a lane slow people down?
It has some speed reduction effect, trying to choke them down. I was gonna say, from a traffic safety perspective, just simply getting the queues in their proper lanes and out of the through lane is gonna be a safety benefit in of itself.
Right, but further up the hill, they're
Um,
just gonna be,
Yeah, it's a steep grade for quite a ways coming down through there. Yeah, I don't know, the city's policy on traffic calming doesn't apply to an arterial street like this, so.
Okay, anybody else? Questions?
I just wondered, timing-wise, it's next summer? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what we're shooting for.
And
Yeah, we're
timeline,
looking-
how long would something like this take? Because that other castle project was the project that would never end.
Well, this is a much shorter
Yeah.
segment, so hopefully it's a project that will end soon. Yeah, we're hoping to get design wrapped up and, here over the winter and bid it in the spring and then hit the ground running when it warms up. But it should be one construction season, so it should be done by the end of the year. We like to speak in seasons and sometimes it just depends on the way we phase it, so we just gotta look at some of the phasing and how we accommodate traffic. It may take a little longer if we accommodate different movements of traffic but it's certainly a project that can be done in one construction season.
I did have one more, it was on the tip of my tongue. What's the budget, and have you done an estimate for this? Project?
Dave, you probably have the budget.
I do, I should have that pulled up. I believe it's 2.1 million is the construction budget. Let me check.
Someone's got it.
Sarah's got it.
Yeah.
Okay. 2.43 million. And I was incorrect. We are issuing debt for this project, so it's general obligation debt funded project, not sales tax.
Okay.
And regarding the estimated cost, we haven't gone through super great detail. We're waiting on, the geologists are supposed to be out there this week, so we don't know if we're gonna be digging through rock or, not we, the contractor.
Right.
If they'll be digging through rock, because that can drastically change the cost of the project. But generally speaking, we're somewhere in that 2 million range, last time we looked at this from an estimation standpoint, so.
I did
Right
come
now,
up,
I think we're a little
famous last words here, one more question. I noticed you added the complete streets policy checklist, and I don't see it on mine here, but Jason, talk about that some, and when did you get that checklist out? How did you use it during your design process? What difference did it make at the end of the day?
Gotcha. Well,
Okay.
actually, I was gone last week, so we didn't get, I was out of country, but I got the checklist out to Dave today. We had looked at those things prior to this, though, like transit stops. It's some of the things that we do as design team, regardless of the project. We talk to transit, we find out, is it on a transit route? Are there historical environs around that could push the project one way or another? So it's really a good way to document what we've kind of already done for years past in our design process. Which, yeah, I mean, all those factors guide the design decisions, where does the road go? Do we have to deal with some unique consideration in the design of the project? So, I'm not sure if that answers your question or
Well,
helps.
not really, to be honest about it. I think that it would serve our interest and our curiosity to see a demonstration of how that document is being used and the effect it's having on our projects. And I appreciate getting it at a late date, because it's here, but it seems like the checklist is almost being checked off. And I would expect a presentation to be in a little more detail about how that was used and how it influenced your decisions and et cetera. You know, and I made this comment before, you get to a 50% level drawing and you're pretty far down the road, honestly. I don't recall seeing this in an earlier stage, but it does make sense to me that particularly when you're looking at the complete streets stuff, that if you don't look at it at a conceptual level, you're kind of, you know, it does become something to check off. So I'd offer that as a comment in general. I think I'm done. Does anybody else have anything? Okay.
All right.
Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open this up to public comment. Please state your name and address and sign in if you could.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. My name is Jim Colson, and I'm very familiar with the intersection of Cassold and 22nd Street, as I live in the cul-de-sac. If you turn into 22nd Street headed east, I'm in the very first cul-de-sac on the left-hand side, 2 houses in. Been there 25 plus years. So I've seen a lot of this go on over those years. And as the gentleman said, the peak hours, you run into a lot of situations where if you leave on 22nd Street headed west, you can't get south. You almost always have to turn north, because that traffic will queue back through 22nd Street at times. It happens during peak hours, more in the evening than it does in the morning. The other thing is, probably wasn't even thought about, was this intersection will also do the same thing, KU games. Because people will head off of campus onto 15th, they'll head down Cassold because they want to get to 31st, they want to turn onto 59, and then they want to go eastbound on K10. They're not going to fight Castle, or they're not going to fight Iowa Street. They're just not going to do it. So you can pretty much figure out when a KU game has ended, because the traffic on that street will pick up tremendously. Now, peak hours, yes. Very often, you wait a long time trying to get out of 22nd Street. And quite honestly, I throw my hands up in the air, because that's one of 2 exits out of that whole neighborhood. You've got all the Heatherwood apartments back over in there. You've got a lot of private housing, and there's one way in off of Castle and out, and there's one way in off of Clinton Parkway. That's it. And the amount of traffic coming out in the morning, trying to get out onto Castle, it will back up through my entrance to my cul-de-sac during peak hours. Now, luckily, it doesn't happen for a long period of time, because a lot of those people do the same thing I do. They turn north. They don't even attempt to turn south, because if they do, they're going to be waiting a long time. The other thing they'll do, they'll make the mad dash straight through and go down behind Hy-Vee. And when I say mad dash, I mean they will absolutely floor it. and take off through that intersection. Now, there was a comment made about what was the rate of crashes along in there. Living where I do, you can hear the crash. And surprisingly, it is not as much as I would think it would be. I've seen more crashes headed north going into the apartments on the west side, where people will rear end somebody because they're going to go into that apartment. So there's a lot of discussion about, Castle and Clint Parkway, Castle and 22nd Terrace. Not a whole lot's being said about 22nd Street. And one of the things about that is, I hope it will be taken into consideration. And the one thing that worries me ever since I've lived there. It's only 2 ways in and 2 ways out in the whole area. So I agree with the 2 turn lanes. I think it'll reduce the queue. As far as the speed, it's a racetrack coming down the hill. They just don't slow down. I was rear-ended at 22nd Street, so I know they don't slow down. So I certainly hope that they will take a little bit of time and look at that 22nd Street area. I don't know if there's anything that could be done about that. Certainly you can't put a turn in and speed up lane going north or anything like that. The evergreens along the east side there, they've grown out. You can't see up the hill. So, a couple of different things to think about. So,
Good.
thank you.
Thanks for your comments. I noticed Jason was taking a few notes, so maybe if you want to address that during our comment section, if you're ready to do that, that would be great. Let's wait until, if you want to, we'll have you up there for some other stuff too, so let's get back to that. Any other public comment?
My name is Michael Allman again. Yeah, I still am Michael Allman. Steve Evans made some mention about, the prioritizing bicycle, pedestrian, motor vehicle kinds of projects and what the cost of this was. I just wanted to point a few things out for in the future when you are looking at some of these priorities. This particular project is really a poster child for what I feel is a major disparity between funding levels on the different modes of transportation. But the slide you're looking at here, from the 2020 Capital Improvement Plan, the part of the Capital Improvement Plan that is transportation, that's what these reflect. As you see, motor vehicles, 21.7%, whereas bicycles, 0.57% of the CIP budget. That's devoted to transportation. So that just kind of shows you the kind of disparity that we're looking at, and historically has not changed much over the years. It's improved a little bit with the infrastructure sales tax. But this particular project, I'm not sure when it actually changed in scope, but at one point it was only from Clinton Parkway to 22nd Terrace, not to 22nd Street. And now it's been expanded 50% up to 22nd Terrace. But the numbers that I have, I guess it was probably the 2019 budget, I'm not sure here, that Castle Drive, that 23rd to 22nd Terrace is 1/10 of a mile. That section would be $1 million at that point in the budget, which is $1,894 per lineal foot. Whereas bicycle boulevards, let's think in terms of a mile for $1 million, a full mile, $95 a lineal foot. Bicycle track, $114 a lineal foot. Major difference in the amount of money that we devote to motor vehicles in this community, and any community really. That kind of disparity, I feel, should be changing as part of that incentivizing in the multimodal transportation, incentivizing pedestrians and bicycles. Quickly on just some design considerations here. There's a lot of turn activity at the Hy-Vee and at 22nd Street. If we're extending the shared use path, or think of it as a bicycle track, each of those intersections, and I think 23rd Clinton Parkway also should have green pavement, because these motor vehicles are being enhanced in their movement and their speed. They're going to be less aware of bicycle traffic. So turning traffic needs to be aware that there is a bicycle facility that they're crossing, and the green pavement does that. It does it really well on Massachusetts Street. I think it's, at least we have proposed to do that on the East 19th Street project, but that is a consideration that I think should really be taken. And then the second thing I could mention is that at Clinton Parkway, where there's now a right turn lane for motor vehicles, it increases the visibility of the bicyclist if that shared use path is immediately next to the right turn lane. If it's removed over 5 feet or so, it's less, the bicycles are less visible. So the shared use path coming down the hill might be 5 feet away from the curb line. At the intersection, it should swing to the left and be immediately adjacent to the curb line, so that the bicycles and the motor vehicles are right next to each other. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. Additional public comment? Okay, we can bring it back up here and start with our discussion. Go ahead, Aaron.
I wanted to get some reaction from staff, and Jason maybe. The 22nd Street, that wasn't in the CIP in 2018 or 2019, and then it is this time, so maybe you can explain that.
The scope of the project hasn't changed. I think maybe the confusion is the item in the budget was Clinton Parkway to Hy-Vee as the project, but I think the intent's always been to go up to 22nd, doesn't go through the intersection, but it butts up to it. All of that pavement there.
So the dollar amount that's in the published 2018 and 2019 CIP is $1 million.
Yeah.
And it did more than double. And then the map of the 2018 CIP has a area that's stops at 22nd Terrace. So what was published, at least to Michael's point, seems as if the scope expanded. That for 2 years at least did not include 22nd Terrace to 22nd Street. So
I can tell you that the scope hasn't expanded. The intent's always to go to 22nd Street, replace all of the pavement.
So the public information just was not correct?
In regards to the budget, I think we had, when this project had gotten delayed 10 years ago, it had been a project that just kind of, we had a placeholder for it and maybe had $1 million on it. When we put together a better budget before we went out for design services for the project. We relooked at it, adding the sidewalk on the east side of the street with a retaining wall and the cost to do that, up the budget to the 2.4 million. So the increase from the 2018 or 19 to the 2020 was reflective of what our estimated cost was to do the project and not any expanded scope of the project.
I think Michael's perspective seems legitimate based on what's public information going back to 2018 on the map. Just, it's pretty clear. I don't know if we can project that map, but, and then, Jason, since is it Jim brought up the question about 22nd Street, could you speak to that maybe?
I don't know that I can add a lot to it. I was mostly taking notes so we could visit about that with staff if there is something we could do there. I haven't looked in that in great detail. Again, we were taking it through the two signalized intersections, tying into the existing concrete there at 22nd Street with the scope. Certainly if there's queues backed up in the southbound lanes that would block the ability to turn off of 22nd Street onto Castle, that would help. As far as the demand though, the north-south traffic demand, I don't see this project changing any of that, which I don't know that's really going to improve their ability to get out of 22nd Street as a two-way stop controlled intersection. But it's something we could visit about with staff and see if there's any opportunities to do something there. But nothing pops out at me right off the top of my head. So.
I have comments, but I'll hold on to that for a while.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I think, my concern primarily is we're removing raised medians. I feel like this street in particular is a road we all know encourages people to drive fast. And I think raised medians have a proven safety benefit. And I don't feel like the justification presented to us tonight is adequate to take away the raised medians at 22nd Terrace or 22nd Street. In fact, I think the only justification given for the 22nd Street raised median removal is that it would then match what's available on the north side of that intersection. And if you take a look at that intersection, there's stripes, a painted median essentially. I would assert that it might be beneficial to make it match and also put a raised median on the north side, which might have some impact, at least on the perception that it's a safer road. Maybe it would slow down traffic. It creates one more noticeable thing. I honestly don't think making a lane narrow by using paint is going to be as effective as putting a raised median there. I think it also just makes the road seem to be a more pleasant, calming road. So I would argue for putting in a raised median back where it currently exists on that segment, also south of the 22nd Street, at least on the side that faces that intersection, but then also putting a raised median north of 22nd Street on Castle. And I think the justification presented to us for removing it at the intersection with Clinton Parkway seems valid. It would substantially improve the flow of traffic, perhaps, queuing all the way back to 22nd Street if people could get through that intersection better. So I think that one seems like the public benefit seems to me to weigh in the side of let's not have a raised median at all at that intersection. It does seem like we have to widen the intersection by a few feet, but perhaps it's useful at that particular intersection. the other segments of that road don't seem like it's justified.
Okay,
That's all I got.
good comments. Moving on.
If you want to, yeah, lots of time, right? Okay, so this is my neck of the woods. And this intersection I've been crossing for 20 years. Starting many years ago, I lived over by Hilltop and would bike every day to Raintree Montessori School. During that time, I would bike and I would cross Castled, and when I would stop at Castled and Clinton Parkway, 3 cars would go in front of me despite that I had a go sign. And I'm bringing this up, let me backtrack. It feels like it says on here we've made improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists. And I would say we've made, I mean, if you mean by improvements, we've added sidewalks and increased the multi-use path. I agree. But we've talked about this multiple times, that there's more to improving bicycling and walking in Lawrence than adding sidewalks. And the scariest and hardest part to cross anywhere, or to get anywhere, is crossing a road. So my experience was that 3 people would turn in front of you. And I thought, oh, these people are just jerks. But at the time, I didn't live over there. When I moved back and we moved to this current location, we live behind the Stone Bison, I started driving regularly. I bike with my kids, and the same thing would happen, and I started driving. So I realized part of the problem was an engineering problem, and that is I was in my car, I would be at the light, and I would look over and nobody's there. And then I would look back and I realized there's a cyclist there. So part of that is the radius is enough that in order to know that there's a bicyclist on that multi-use path or a pedestrian, if you're a bicyclist or a pedestrian, I think you tend to stay back because you recognize somebody's going to turn. If you put yourself out there, you feel like you're risking getting hit. So you have to turn around to see that anyone's there. So that's why I ask about the radius, is because I felt like not everybody who was turning in front of me repeatedly was doing it because they were being jerks. Part of it was they were like, oh, there's somebody there, as they were turning the corner. And so I can't help but feel that this intersection isn't doing anything to improve crossing for bicyclists and pedestrians. And I know quite a few people who commute there. I mean, 2 of the teachers at my school commute there, and somebody I know that commutes from Haskell, which is kind of amazing, cross that intersection daily. And they say the same thing. People don't yield for you at that intersection. So another thought is, since we live there, I have 3 little boys, and we'll let them bike or walk to the store on their own. They don't use that intersection. So I just looked on Google. They go through Heatherwood, which I didn't even realize was a through thing for a while. But I think that's interesting. So the people from my neighborhood that realize you can do that always go to 22nd Street Terrace because it feels more comfortable. There's just fewer cars, just feels safer.
Back here.
So those are a couple things. I just feel like we're the Multimodal Transportation Commission, and we're talking about level of service for cars. But aside from adding sidewalks, which I don't know, is that even critical on the east side? Like, aside from adding sidewalks, we're not doing anything to make it easier to cross there. So the other thing you see in my neighborhood a lot is people will walk to there. If they're recreationally walking, which is most of what they do, they'll walk to that stoplight and they'll turn around and go back, which is understandable because it's not comfortable to cross. So I just feel like there are a couple things we could do to make that a little more comfortable for pedestrian and cyclists, since it's one of the major bike routes and I think used a lot for commuting cyclists. I took note of what Michael said. I mean, my thing is, I agree with what he said in that it should be closer to the road if you want to see it. Some places, and I go back and forth about this, and that's because, I've been to Copenhagen, and the bike paths or the bike roads are often right next to the car traffic, but they're also going 25 miles an hour. Here where it's going 45 miles an hour, if you have a child on a bicycle and you've ever seen a 6-year-old bike, and they're on a road like this, they bike like this. And so being right next to the road does not make a parent go, yeah, we should go and bike to Hy-Vee, or we should go and bike to their school. It makes them get in their car and drive. So there's a couple things that I thought of that I just feel like were kind of left out. I'm sure there's more that I thought of, but I don't remember what it was now. So if there's anything we can do about that radius to make it feel more comfortable for pedestrians. I do hate to see those medians gone, because I do think they make things feel a little more comfortable, but, and as far as left turn lanes, I always think when you're adding left turn lanes in a city, it makes that road feel just that much more daunting. I mean, I can feel it on 19th. It's a good thing we have underpasses, because nobody wants to cross there at this point. But I also understand we're a suburb. The expectation is that people can drive. And so I have this conflict now on how do you manage both of those things and understand that you have to, so.
Real quick to your question or comment about the radius, are you talking about the northeast radius?
Yes.
Okay. We are actually making some pedestrian improvements, accessibility improvements right there. Right now, that shared use path comes right up alongside. I think there's like a 2-foot gap between it and the curb. And it's just, it basically just stops right there and just pours out into the intersection. We're actually bringing that ramp up and farther in on the radius, so that person standing on the ramp waiting to cross will actually be
More
closer
visible.
up to Castle. So
Okay.
they're,
That's kind of what I was asking
Yeah.
earlier, because that's what it looks like on the picture, but I thought I said the northeast corner. Did I not say that?
you might have, yeah.
Okay.
So
But will the radius remain the same? You're saying it'll just be over?
the radius will remain the same. Part of that is for turning movements. You know, we've got one lane, and if there's a truck, they need a little oversweep to feed into the 2 lanes, or one of the 2 lanes going north. But see, right now, the north edge of the ramp is about where the south edge of the ramp will be. Okay, so that crosswalk's kind of getting pushed a little farther away from Clinton Parkway, if you will, which puts it deeper into the radius, closer to Castle, so that it's not so far back away. We've got to do some grading to do that, but we're cutting a lot of that hill out anyway, so we've got the opportunity to do that. I suspect it was put in at the time and just trying to avoid the steep slope and stay out of that really steep slope there on
Right.
the grading limits and the constraints there. But certainly what we're looking at doing will have some improvement to the comments you made there.
Increase visibility anyway?
Yes,
Does it change the distance that the pedestrian crosses?
decreases it a little bit, yes,
I think that would be important to point out.
yeah.
Okay.
You good for now, Aaron?
I'm good for now.
Okay. Ron?
Well, just a couple little things. I echo the concerns that I've heard from Charlie and Aaron, but I also, in the back of my head, and it's kind of, nice hearing you talking about being torn, when we've talked about the 19th Street corridor, one of the things that I've heard said several times is encouraging vehicles to drive on the streets that they're made to be driven on, and pushing people from 19th from 23rd. Improving this intersection, even if it's not a huge improvement time-wise, the perception of if it's not backing up through, if people are taking, if it's moving a little more smoothly through the intersection, is going to encourage people like me to, right now, the only time I'm typically on this intersection from north to south is when I am trying to get to the bypass. And I'm taking it all the way out through the curve, like you were speaking of, to Iowa. So I think this, especially for the peak hours, I think it would improve people trying to make the cut through. I've not done it. I've seen people make that jaunt 22nd Street and try to run behind Hy-Vee and then take your chances jetting across Castle or turning onto Castle from behind to try to avoid this intersection. So I like the idea of that. And little anecdotally, I lived very close to the Hy-Vee that closed, and I really like Hy-Vee. So I mean, Dillon's is closer to me, and for my quick runs, I'll do that, but I still like to go to Hy-Vee, and I'm going to guess that there's going to be a little bit of increased traffic, a little bit. I think there's also, and Hy-Vee here is planning to expand their restaurant offerings, again, trying to encourage more people to the area. So, I mean, again, I don't think it's going to bring in hundreds and hundreds more cars, but I think making these subtle differences will definitely help, because otherwise it's just going to be worse. I've been that person coming down 22nd, and even when you don't have your foot on the gas, you're still cruising at a pretty good pace, and then you see and if you're looking up the road and you're seeing a green light, you're not expecting a car to be sitting completely stopped 4 blocks away, that you're going to have to slam on your brakes or swerve to go around or something like that.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yeah, overall, I do think it's an improvement for the intersection. Now that I understand what's happening with the shared use path, it sounds better than what I initially shared Aaron's concern. But I do feel strongly that we need to give consideration to raised medians. I really think, especially on that north end. I understand from Hy-Vee entrance on south, but there's just something about raised medians for the protection of the pedestrians and the drivers. I just think we should really strongly consider keeping those somehow.
I would agree with that. One question I have, you go to places like Davis, California, and, you know, the places, probably Fort Collins and Boulder too, and you see some rather innovative lighting solutions with a bike or a ped only, and no cars are passing. Would this be appropriate at this intersection to get people like Erin and her kids across the intersection and others where they're very comfortable because the cars can't go? And I know it slows the traffic down, and I know it has problems with queuing and all of that, but this is really a scary intersection, I think, with all the neighborhoods and the schools, and, you know, it's a bike path for recreational bikers too, going west and north and south. Have you all looked into that that much? I know it's come up a little over in the last 2 or 3 years, but I'll never forget the intersection in Davis, California, and it's, you know, they've got 75 bikes ready to get through, but a bicycle comes up on the light and it's green, and the bikes can only go. And I'm sure you could do that with pedestrians too. So.
Yeah, to have just a separate bicycle phase when everything else is red.
Yeah.
We have not looked at that here, and I don't know if there's enough traffic to warrant that, and I think that would be a difficult sell to stop all the traffic.
Well, maybe not a bike, but a pedestrian light. You know, it'd serve the same purpose.
By light, I guess I don't understand what you mean by the light.
Well, when a pedestrian light comes on, doesn't that allow the traffic to go in the same direction generally? You get a green light and a ped light at the same time. What if you got a ped light first and the green light, the traffic had to stay, would be red? And you'd give the pedestrians the opportunity to walk across. And maybe it's just a timing thing. Maybe it's peak hour or after school. Thoughts?
I'll let Jason try to answer that.
Yeah, so you're basically talking about adding a protected pedestrian phase, pedestrian-only phase.
Yeah.
I know the city of Lawrence has top-notch controllers that can do things like that.
Yeah.
It will add delay to the traffic and increase the queue lengths of the vehicles through there, especially during peak hours, if you're providing a protected-only pedestrian phase. So again, it kind of goes back to what Dave was saying. Is the pedestrian volume great enough to warrant that, to offset the delay that you're essentially providing or.
Well, we
giving
always
to.
get into the argument when this point's made, there would probably be more pedestrians there if it were safer. So taking account now doesn't quite, tell the whole story,
I mean, I agree. I mean, I think that's true. I think that's true of many places in Lawrence where we'd have more pedestrians if things were set up well, but I also think it's sort of the conundrum I come to every time. It's the culture versus I mean, what we've built isn't that conducive to it. So, I mean, that sounds good, but I think if we're going to try something like that, you got to start somewhere where there's already a huge, number of pedestrians.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I'm not sure this is it. I mean, I know there are a lot of people that bike commute on that, but it's, if you're watching the path, it's like, yeah, there's always somebody on it, but there aren't 18 people sitting at the intersection or something like that. And, I mean, I've been to towns in the US and towns other places that, you've got that queue of bicyclists, and I think you never have that here. Although, I mean, sometimes I've seen one or two people at all four corners, there's that, but, I mean, I can see that as much as I'd love something like that, it just, I guess it comes down to like, it'd be kind of hard to do at every intersection. Does it make sense to do it this one first? And probably not. As much as I'd like it, I don't think it makes sense.
Well, I don't know, it seems like it could be one that would be appropriate. I can't think of any others. Sixth and Castle,
I think it'd be a great kind of policy to have something like that, but we need to think about where. It's kind of like the rapid rectangular flashing beacons. We can't just put them all over the place. You got to think about what's going to be the best fit for those devices, and then how would we go about systematically identifying those locations that are highest priority and putting them in place. Having a leading pedestrian interval seems like a really effective tool. We haven't seen it being used systematically. It seems like that would be a useful thing to identify, like where are those high pedestrian vehicle conflict points, potentially, and then how would we think about those intersections in particular, with that being one of the potential solutions. Like as people were crossing, was it 9th Street in Tennessee? Maybe that's one. I'm sorry.
6th Street in Tennessee.
Well, where there's already a traffic signal.
Yeah.
People were crossing.
Yeah.
We know 7th and 8th Street are where people were crossing without a signal.
Right.
When they go up to 9th Street and cross, is that one that has enough volume of pedestrian vehicle conflicts in terms of vehicles turning? I'm not sure. I mean, it's one way, so maybe there's fewer turning conflicts. But where there are instances of that, where are those intersections where there's the highest amount of that?
Yeah.
What would an LPI do there? How would we, provide some rationale that can be applied across the community?
Well, I'm kind of, I don't know if I can articulate this too well, but we're taking a slice in time now. And we're saying, well, there's not very many people there and it doesn't seem appropriate. It sounds like it would be useful for a few people, but where do we start? We have to start somewhere. I think Aaron said that, and is this the best place to start that? I don't know, but if we never start it, we'll never know, and we'll never get more people using the facilities like we'd like for them to.
Well, maybe that's something we can put on our retreat discussion.
Okay.
Like, how do we get to there? Those places where we find ourselves in these moments, to say, all right, let's take the 30,000 foot level perspective, which is that we need to do what's best for the whole community, and that means prioritizing the resources we have. Like,
sure,
maybe this idea would make a lot of sense, but it might make more sense in another area. I'd like to know that before we jump into, sort of an untried thing. So.
I mean, one thing that keeps coming up that I keep seeing, and we talked about standards, that I said, maybe the standards are wrong. is that every time we build a road, we widen it. We make it wider, we make it harder to cross, we make it faster. Why do we always widen roads? I mean, we're reducing lane widths here by a foot, but I mean, I know lots of towns, specifically Davis and Boulder, that have 10-foot wide lanes. And I understand that's tight, but the areas I'm thinking of, the road I'm thinking of, when I drive down it, it's tight, and you realize it's tight. You know, you're like, I mean, I will say you're like, oh, there's the bus, it's really close, but, and so even 3 or 4 feet wider on this road, I'm like, wow, like, this road already feels so wide to me. Even when I drive on it, it feels wide. Especially on the other side, especially north at the 22nd Street, 22nd Terrace, it feels wide. And maybe that's just because you fly down that hill, so it feels wide, I don't know. But that's one of those things I wish we could discuss more. Where is this effective? Where does it make sense? Because I think we've talked about many times, we're retrofitting. If our plan, our beautiful plan that we're aspiring to calls for being more multimodal, how do you get from where we've been going and where we're still going to sort of retrofitting and stepping back without it being awful traffic jams and accidents? And like, how do you get there? You know, I would love to look at that more. Or
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
How do we get there?
how do we
We've got
get
to
there?
start,
Yeah,
you know.
because I've never left that spot. I've been working on these issues for a long time, and I still feel like I'm always wondering how to get there.
Okay, I
So-
feel like we've ignored everybody over
I
here.
think it's a good
And
idea
we
to put
did
that
that
on the
intentionally.
retreat agenda for sure,
Yeah.
because it is a bigger discussion, it's important, but we also
Okay.
do have an agenda item in
Yeah.
front of us, so.
Okay.
Well, I also feel like we're fixing this intersection so that we stop this stacking and we can move this traffic more efficiently. And at the same time, having a pedestrian delay
Mhm.
might just completely undo the fix. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I would like to have a longer conversation about it.
Well, I would too, but, you know, I know I'm being a pain here. but-
You're not.
But a short delay. It wouldn't have to be a minute to get across the intersection, but long enough to get people out there so the cars would see them and not run.
Just
over.
people without
So,
cars,
enough,
yeah.
but.
Well, another strategy might be to put a no turn on red. So I
Yeah.
feel like we need to
Oh.
be a little more thoughtful about what are we trying to achieve? And that's a great discussion we ought to have.
Mhm.
So, but intersection safety, we know the public keeps coming back to that, or crossing safety. And we got to keep working on that. You know, so where do we spend the time on that? I mean, it's
Mhm.
probably not going to be on our regular agenda, because it's actually work we have to do.
Well, I'm
So-
hoping that you guys will come back and, you know, I think we'll see this again, and you might have been influenced by some of the things you hear tonight, so.
Well, getting back to our drawing, I heard the mention of right turn on red. That certainly improves safety for pedestrians, right, and probably cyclists too. I want to talk about the Hy-Vee intersection. Hy-Vee is a target destination for pedestrians. And there are a lot of residences on the east side of Cassold. Those people probably would not dare cross to the grocery store. They probably would drive, creating more traffic. The medians, I think, are really important, and I think they're especially important around that intersection for pedestrians. Overall, and I asked David earlier about the function of Cassold, we can't solve all the problems in 2 blocks. We have to look at the street, because to me, if we could reduce the speed on the street before it comes over the hill, we'd be accomplishing something. We have to, maybe the street's too wide, I don't know. By the time they come over the hill, it's a surprise. Everything is a surprise. So we've got to coach them further up. Now, that's not part of this project, but it's something that we can think about and do later.
Thanks, Carol. Nick?
I think overall the plan pretty much does what it needs to do. So I don't have too many problems with it. I would like to see medians, but I don't want to add anything to that. What was I going to say? Jeez. I do like that you brought up the issue of funding, and then Mr. Ullman brought up the issue of prioritization of different modes. Again, probably for the agenda of the retreat, but I think that bears repeating that, I mean, it's almost basically a subsidy if you think about it, because anybody who bikes or rides transit or is a walker for the primary mode of transportation, either by choice or by necessity, is basically subsidizing everybody who drives as their only form of transportation. And for a city that tries to promote equity, that's not a great look. So I think that'd be something to go over. It's not in our hands. That's in the city commissions and staff's hands. But it would be definitely good to revisit this at a soon date. The final thing I was going to say is, in terms of trying to do speed control for people coming down that hill, I mean, yeah, you could do rumble strips or trees or something. But in other countries, they do these interesting lines down either the sides of the lanes or right in the middle, where they start kind of zigzaggy and then get super zigzaggy by the time you hit a crosswalk. I'm sure there's a technical term for that, but they kind of work. They're pretty jarring, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, there's a lot of lines in front of me. And they're kind of a cool little visual cue that costs very little in comparison to actually, any asphalt work. So just a thought. I don't know if that violates any of our engineering standards, but if it doesn't, could be an interesting thing to look into. I haven't seen that anywhere else in the U.S., but I've seen that all over Asia and Europe. So, just FYI. Otherwise, it looks good.
Good. Donna, do you have anything to add?
Nothing additional.
Okay. Okay, well, I don't believe there is action required on this one.
Well, when I sent out the original agenda, I didn't put an action item on there, but when I sent out the revised agenda, I did include that on there. So if you want to make a recommendation, you can do so, and we will consider that as we continue on with design.
Well, I certainly heard pretty strong recommendations for raised medians across the table, and I don't know that we're going to tell you exactly where to put them, but I think that what I heard were raised medians and a consideration for a more narrow road. And I would probably term that in the sense of recommend that be considered, if it's okay with everybody, as opposed to, a demand at any level. How do you all feel about that?
Well, for me, the lane width at 11 feet, it follows the NACTO guidelines if it's a road that's used by, large vehicles. And that's definitely going to apply in this case. So 11 feet seems appropriate. I think 10 feet is a recommendation, but they make that accommodation if it has trucks. And I don't know, is this a designated truck route?
I drive a truck.
That's
That's
it.
the only way I go to that intersection. Just food, 30-foot box truck, and it's pretty comfortable. It's
Yeah.
huge.
So, I think the issue really is we're adding more lanes, so it's going to widen the street. I appreciate that they've moved the pedestrian crossing in the proposal just a little bit further north, so it actually shortens the crossing distance. I think, side note, that might be an interesting edit to the Complete Streets checklist, just documenting if there's a change in that crossing distance.
Okay.
For me, the raised medians, I would put them all back in place except the one that's approaching the Clinton Parkway. Where you see those, yellow paint striped thing, that's just begging for a raised median, I think.
Okay. And if that's good enough, I think we can
If
go
you
with
want to take the
that.
vote on it, I'd say
Yeah.
recommend installation of raised medians on the segment of road.
On the raised medians, could they be part of this crosswalk as well? It feels really good.
Yeah, I
to
actually agree with that. I think what you see currently, that intersection where 22nd Terrace is, the median extends far enough that the pedestrian crossing goes through the median, which, essentially
Mhm.
creates that pedestrian refuge.
Mhm.
I think that current design works, and changing it doesn't seem adequately justified with the information we've been presented.
Okay. Well, Charlie, I'm going to ask you to summarize that briefly for everybody, and we can vote on it. And I'd also like to have some consideration, given the public comment on 22nd Street,
Yes.
that be considered in terms of what could be done to improve the condition in that neighborhood.
I couldn't really gather what would be done differently on 22nd Street, so I don't know if we have
I'm
any.
sure Jason feels that now, but maybe you can look at it a little closer.
I think the only thing that I would do is add a raised median on the north side of that intersection,
Okay.
which may or may not have any impact on how the intersection operates. But it seems like the reason given to not have a raised median on the south side was that there isn't one on the other side. So if having conformance is a useful kind of design consideration, then we ought to have it.
Okay.
So that would be my,
Why don't you make a motion, Charlie?
I move we recommend approval of the concept with the addition of raised medians just south of 22nd Street and just south of 22nd Terrace, between 22nd Terrace and 22nd Street, and just north of 22nd Street.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Charlie, second by John. All those in favor, raise your hand, say yes.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. I guess we have an agenda item for a retreat out of that discussion too, so,
Several.
yeah.
All right. So I'm looking forward to next year. Two things. First, retreat, and second, calendar. The last 2 years, we've had an annual retreat where we've gotten together during the day and had a agenda and discussed different topics, and also a kind of a away from the classroom social type get together. And so I wanted to get some feedback on holding that again this year. Last year we did it in, I think, later February on a Friday, which seemed to work well.
But the year before, didn't we do it in January?
The year before, we did it in January. I think just based off of where we're at, or already in early December, if we're going to plan it out, and it's going to take a little bit of time, it'd be better to do it in February. We're planning on not holding a meeting in January. Our first regular meeting will be in February, February the 4th, I believe. So I would just like to get some input from the commission on holding a retreat and see if we could get 3 or 4 folks to volunteer to help plan out the event. I think that's been helpful the last 2 years to have a group of commissioners also help plan the agenda. I guess looking into February, if I would throw out there February the 21st, which is a Friday, would give us enough time to prepare for it. And then we could do if we're going to do a social get-together outside of that meeting, it could be a week before or after. The week before is, if we're doing it on Friday, is Valentine's Day, so that might not work out. Unless we really love each other that much.
We
I don't
like
know.
each other.
But, any thoughts?
I think the, excuse me.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I think the retreat's really important. I really do. I know you want to put it late February. I'd prefer to do it earlier, but I'll leave that to you. You've got to plan it and do it. So, but I think it's very important, and we should do another day.
Full day. Full day.
Full day, yeah, like we have before.
Would it be possible to do it on a Saturday? As somebody who blew through his vacation days pretty early this year, or do you guys have to do it on Friday? Because I don't want to make staff have to bend over backwards for something that most of us could probably do on a Friday. It's just me, really. Not just me, but.
We don't have to do it on a Friday. It's easier to get staff there. I can't.
It's a lot of staff.
Yeah, it was.
It's a lot of.
If it was David, I'd volunteer. But you ask a lot of staff.
Yeah.
That's true.
And it's not just exempt staff, there's some hourly staff that would have to be paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Friday's fine.
Well, I'm a little bit with John. I could be wrong, but I think we did the retreat before the February regular meeting last year. Yeah,
There were a lot of blizzards last year.
and if we could pull it off, I would probably try to do the retreat in late January.
I think it'd be nice to have identify who the chair will be for next year before the retreat, which is something that we did last year,
February.
which was nice.
Oh, that's
Because you
right.
were able to come in, and
That's right,
I think that was useful for us to hear your kind of initial thoughts on
yeah.
what you saw for the
Yeah,
year.
we did do it after we were elected, that's right, I'm wrong on that. So we're okay in February, Dave, with those dates, I think. If everybody else is. Nick, can you handle a Friday?
Yes.
Okay,
It's in the beginning of the year, so I still have vacation days left, so I'll be fine.
right,
Just need to be smarter about them than the rest of the year.
right. It sounds like nobody's dissenting to the dates you suggested, Dave.
Well, I would, well, I guess let's look at this here. So February 21st could be the regular, could be our retreat day. Last year, we did the social thing a week before or a week
Yeah.
after? We did it
It was a week before.
a week before.
We did it on
So that would be
February 15th.
Valentine's Day.
Mhm.
So maybe we could do it 2 weeks before,
Sure,
February 7th.
sure.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
Since I don't really have any vacation days left, I have one. If the 14th or 21st would work, that would make it easy for me.
For the retreat,
Yeah,
okay,
because I don't have to be at work those 2 days.
okay. Oh, I see.
So the 21st works for you?
The 21st works for me.
That's a Saturday?
No,
That's
it's
a
a
Friday.
Friday.
21st works for me.
Me too.
Yeah, it's fine with me. Would have helped if I would looked at February.
So, okay, so it sounds like 21st is good for the full-day retreat.
Yes,
And then for the get-together, I guess the get-together doesn't need to be on a Friday, it could be on, we could do it Saturday, the 15th?
Read my mind. Yeah, I mean, because it's
Or-
really only maybe you 2 or 3 or 4, right? I mean, and you don't necessarily have to come if you don't want to. I forget how strict it was, but
So strict.
That's the night
That was
of
my
KU
first ever
That's the night
transportation
of KU
commission, so.
Oklahoma.
Well, I think that's an interesting point
Okay.
also. Like, anyone that's newly appointed to the commission, that was your first night
yeah.
for us to meet you and you to meet us, so maybe that's something to keep in mind.
Little icebreaker.
the game's at 11 a.m., John.
I mean, I assume our first meeting in February would be when we meet any new faces. So, someday.
15th? Sounds good.
Okay. And then as far as planning the retreat, do I have some volunteers on helping
I volunteered
staff?
this year, took a year off.
I think last year Catherine and Aaron and I did it, so, is that right?
Sounds right.
I think
Yep.
Charlie and I and somebody else did it, and you did it the first year.
Mhm.
I'd be glad to help, I've got time.
Okay, got one.
I'll help.
Donna? 2. Come on, we get one more.
How many do you need?
Come on, Charlie. Yeah.
If no one else wants to do it, I can do it. I see. but
Nick, Carol?
3 would be fine, and
Gonna pass on this
we don't
one?
necessarily need to meet several times, it could be done over email too.
Yeah, well, and last, I
So-
think we met lunch hour,
I think
first
so.
year,
I don't know, just did that one,
sat out.
yeah.
Okay, we have Charlie, John, Donna, and Nick.
We got 4.
Got 4.
All right. Great.
So much.
And you guys will work out locations for the retreat and the social. Last year, we had it at my house. If somebody wants to host it at their home, I think that's fine. So,
We can set that up outside this meeting, I think.
Okay.
The location, and
Okay.
specific time.
well, if anybody wants to use their home, let Dave know. Okay?
All right.
Oh, Dave, I'm sorry. A facilitator, have you thought about that?
I have thought about it, and I
Okay.
thought that, well, the last 2 facilitators we've had,
Oh,
both are
that's-
no longer here. So I've got to
Let's not
find,
give it to Jessica then.
find a third
Who do we
person.
want to leave?
Yeah.
Who do we want to leave?
There won't be a lot of volunteers then, right?
Chuck, you can come back.
I've given it a little thought, but I don't have any
Okay.
ideas at this point to pass on.
Steve, we were going to have a committee for the
Chuck
planning.
just volunteered.
Yeah, I'm going to get that under commission items. I'll get back to that one. Okay, we have the retreat section, Dave. Moving on to calendar.
Okay, so the calendar, 2020, again, no meeting in January. We're planning on holding same time, same place, same days of the week for 2020, which would be the first Mondays, 5 PM study sessions, 6 PM regular meetings, with the exception of September the 14th, because September the 7th is Labor Day, so we would do the second Monday in September. As far as other study session topics or meeting items, I've thrown some things out there and added a few from the list that we ended with here this year. On the update that we sent out today, I had even included a few more that weren't there prior to today. So I would just ask the group to be thinking about those. Those are good items to identify in the retreat as we start to build the agenda for next year. I'm thinking in February, and talking with Jessica, we may present the draft of the Safe Routes to School plan for that first meeting in February, and potentially have an update on the ADA transition plan as a study session item. So very tentatively, that's kind of what we're looking at for the first meeting in February. But if there's other topics, things, feel free to shoot those to me, and then we can also talk about those at the retreat.
I really like doing the study session at 5 o'clock. That works
Yeah,
well.
me too.
Agreed.
Good to hear. So I guess it probably would be appropriate just to make a motion to approve the calendar and the calendar for 2020.
Even though it's subject to change.
Well, the dates wouldn't be. The dates
Right.
are here,
Are we just approving the dates?
yes. And dates and times, yeah, the
Dates
structure.
and times, okay. We can do that,
We accept the calendar with the dates and times for 2020.
okay?
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Carol and second by Nick. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, staff items?
The first item we have is the update on the East 19th Street project. So at the we discussed this here at the Transportation Commission in November. At the commission meeting on November the 19th, staff presented the same presentation with the different concept designs for East 19th Street with the recommendation to proceed with the option number 4. And in that presentation and memo, we also included the Multimodal Transportation Commission's recommendation that you gave us in November for the design width of 27 feet. And then following that meeting and the public comment and looking back at other discussions that have been had on the topic, when we had originally discussed the scope and fee with the commission for that project and the 5 design options, which I believe was May 1st of 2018. We felt it was pretty clear that the 31 foot was going to be the minimum design width that we would look at. There was a meeting in July, it was July 17th of 2018, which was other city commission meeting on the budget, and I think it came up under public comment of one of the of just the budget in general. The project came up, and at that meeting, staff gave the impression that we would look at other options, and so I would say that really wasn't really communicated down to staff and/or the consultant. From that meeting, I was unaware of it, and we proceeded the whole time till we came to the commission with the intent to have the 5 options and the 31-foot design minimum. But nonetheless, based off of the commission direction from a couple weeks ago, they directed us to reconsider an option or provide an option for a 22-foot wide street with open ditch storm sewer. And so staff will be working with our consultant to get a scope and fee for that additional work. And it's my intent to bring back the scope of what we're looking at to make that public before we execute the contract. And so I would hope to have that on the next Multimodal Transportation Commission meeting agenda to make sure we're all on the same page with that, and that will also give us a chance to get any feedback from other stakeholders along the corridor in the neighborhood on the scope to make sure we're all on the same page before we present that next design option. So that is the update on that.
So when you say
project.
next meeting, you mean February?
It would be February.
Okay.
Yep.
Any questions? Sounds good, Dave.
Okay. The next item is staff update on the Safe Routes to School plan process, and Jessica is here to give you guys an update. At our last meeting, I know Charlie was asking questions about the process, and Jessica's put together some information that we were not able to get posted this afternoon onto the agenda, but you all have a handout of that and the timeline of the revised plan. So I'll turn it over to her to give you a summary.
Right, so I wanted to take an opportunity after watching the video. I'm sorry I departed early before I realized you wanted to talk in more detail about the Safe Routes planning work that we've engaged in this past year to write a citywide Safe Routes to School plan. So I want to make a couple points. Kind of, you can read through the timeline that I put together. It's pretty high, it's high level to kind of document, I think, to answer some of your questions about the process that we've kind of began and what we envision as our next steps in that process. We have completed a parent survey. So as we talk about engagement around this, we've really focused on school specific engagement. And we did a parent survey of which we had out from September 13th to October 25th. We pressed this through social media on the school sites, in school newsletters, and through all the distribution channels that we do like typical MPO planning process, and also coordinating with the school district to coordinate their engagement process and notification process for parent survey. We got a total of 216 responses. As you can see on the board, not included in your response, but one of the questions that Charlie had asked was about kind of the response rates that we got by school. Some of them were kind of dismal, and so we extended those periods again, put out more notification to those, and you can see there's some variation in responses from different schools. Follow-up then, we had planned and prepared a lot of our work around the November 14th open house that we had planned. We didn't get the turnout that we expected at that meeting, and quite frankly, we're pretty unimpressed with the attendance we got. I found out later that the notification that one of the final notification press emails didn't go out till the day before on behalf of the school district, so I think that probably also contributed to our low turnout. And as a result of that engagement, we have decided to make visits to all, based on an invitation to all of the school principals at middle school and elementary schools. We are going to either visit their site councils or PTO/PTAs between now and whenever they meet next. So that's basically now through the end of February. And we have, and why I pulled up that response, is we have posted all of those meeting times and dates where we're going based on the requests we've made to each of those school principals. Each of the packets also that was included in the open house engagement for each of the schools, which has proposed routes, and if we were asking for specific feedback from those schools. And then basically after the site visit, after those visits, we're going to present and ask for feedback, and we're going to let each school then have a 14-day period to decide how they want to do engagement, and we'll basically tell them that at the meeting around that, so we can get those kind of start to trickling in, so we can continue to stay on track with drafting a plan in some of that. Most of those packets look very much the same. They have the school-specific route, and then the series of engagement that we were looking for around proposed routes, crossing priorities, and preferences for overall comprehensive safe route strategies. There are some specific requests for some specific schools. A good example was the one that Dave mentioned last month, where we're looking at some shared street options versus sidewalks on higher volume streets, where we're asking parents about preferences of routing and infrastructure. But other than that, those are all there, and that's kind of our next step process, because we have, we've gotten the engagement where we want it. And that's pretty typical what we do for an MPO process. After that, after all of those visits, and as we get those packets back and finalize the analysis with our Safe Routes to School group, we plan to then draft plans and bring whatever kind of, we won't have all the drafts, I think, to bring you by February 3rd, because we have some visits scheduled for after that. But I think we can share a lot of the draft of what we see in a primary document, and as we start to look at some of the school-specific stuff, sites, as we start to get these packets in, because what you don't see in the packet is, after you look at the project routes, is that that we envision drafting a list of projects out of those routes and planning to be included kind of in the plan for that specific school. Although there will also be a template in the plan for like school-specific planning. So if the school wants to do a specific plan that's outside of the built environment, but that includes more engagement around many of the other E's, they'll be welcome to do more work, and we'll lay out a template for them to do that. But the citywide plan, then, we anticipate having a draft that has a lot of that. We also envision, like in our MPO process, doing then a formal 30-day public comment period, so people would have a final chance to comment on whatever's included in the final plan before kind of this March through May. We envision that before we came back to MPO Policy Board, Transportation Commission, City Commission, and School Board with a final plan recommendation. So I hope that answers some of the questions about where we've been and where we still intend to go. And I'd be happy to entertain any other questions you might have about our planning process.
I have a question for you, Ron. This kind of started as a grassroots effort, so not all schools were involved at the same level. Is there anything that we could do at the schools that would help organize this so it's not always at the grassroots level? You're going to have schools, you're always going to have schools that they will not have the parents come forward. It's just not going to happen for perceptions, for specific reasons. They're not as involved in their schools. They're not going to come in and volunteer. But we don't want to leave them behind just because they're not there.
Well, so we haven't left them behind on the plan. Now, in the first phase, the only schools that were left out of the formal planning process were the ones that weren't in their buildings at the time, because we were under major reconstruction. And so during that time, Pinckney, Sunset Hill, and Cordley, all at different times, were actually going to school at East Heights for over a 2-year period. So we did not include them because they weren't going to school there and they weren't walking or biking. And so we knew that we were going to have to catch those buildings back up. Pinckney is probably one of our most involved buildings in this second round of the process, if not the most involved building. So,
But Kennedy is not, at least that's what I thought
Kennedy,
I could
probably,
say.
you're probably right, and it is difficult. You know, I think the difficulty we have here is while we're trying to engage them at the school level because that's what catches the attention. I would argue that in Pinckney's case, it's the neighborhood. It's not the school. It's not just the school, I should say that. It's all the community itself. So trying to engage them is very important, but they're not left out. What we're left with is our best guess. We're not saying we're not going to do anything for you and find out. We're still gathering the information. We're still trying to find the best routes that are going to serve the kids where they are without getting that other input. So we're not leaving them behind and saying you get nothing. That first year, we were trying to reward the behavior by saying whoever has the best plans, we're going to really put you in the front here.
Okay, well, that was my concern, was the equity issue.
Yeah, but that was just because it was grassroots for everybody. So we were trying to encourage whomever to come forward, and we had 2 or 3 schools that did. It's been a challenge, and you'll even see, I mean, the numbers this time around are lower. The interest is much lower the second time around than it was the first, because that first open house we did at West Middle School, it was full. We had probably 200 people there.
So we've speculated a lot about that. Is it because we're making progress on stuff? People think they don't need to? Is it because whatever happened in the last round of process, because this process looks different? Were they disillusioned by the previous process and that they haven't seen any results? I think there's you choose one night for an open house versus a meeting. Is it a bad night you chose? We've speculated about a lot of things, and so we've decided what we always do in planning is go to where people already are, and so we will try that approach. The other thing I would say is the neighborhoods have been involved. We've updated them along this process in the monthly emails that the planning department sends to like Lawrence area neighborhoods, and they are included on all of the mailing lists that go out for public consultation. So neighborhoods, in the same way that they're consulted about other and invited to participate in other planning projects, have said that. I mean, the press release specifically says, like, for the parent survey one was parents are invited to participate, but the press release about the open house was neighborhoods and parents. So the intent is it's inclusive of our community and neighborhoods, even though the focus around the built environment improvements really is about in neighborhoods because we have neighborhood schools, but about funneling kids to school. So I know last month you had a little bit of a conversation about what your role is in that process. So I guess I would like to hear if you're desiring something else out of the process, if you think that process isn't adequate enough, if you see your role being something different in the process. I'd welcome any of that feedback.
Is there a sense of how often this process will occur?
Well, I think, so one of the things is that we know that the plan is going to have to recognize that there's going to be a need to relook at routes as boundaries change. We've read in the news, we've had conversations with Ron about pending boundary changes, so I think that would automatically be a marking point where we would say, this becomes something that needs to be reevaluated. So I think there's going to have to be a process to do that. And we would like to document that in the plan, what that looks like.
Okay.
I also think it probably needs to be a cycle, just like this plan, like our pedestrian plan, which will probably also need to now be updated with all of the other work we're doing around that, as it needs to fit into a cycle. And that's something, and now that the MPO will have written, and adopted that plan, that like many of the other mode-specific plans we do, this will be something that we incorporate into our probably 5-year cycle. We'll just kind of have to see how that works. I think, changes in funding and implementation levels also change the need of how soon you need to update something. There could be a lot of things that change, and I think we're just gonna have to continue to evaluate that. But the main thing we see as the pressing need is to set a policy or process for how routes and planning work is updated after boundaries are changed.
Do you see a role for this commission?
Well, I think that's what Charlie brought up last month, and so this is our formal role, and that is that, this is how we've envisioned that process. So I just ask, because Charlie brought it up, that he thought this commission needed to maybe have a different role, or that it wasn't laid out how we plan to engage you. And so I'm just asking for feedback based on that question that Charlie raised last month.
What was prompting it is I feel like we've been playing a role in making decisions about the funding that's available. And that seems kind of at the very end of the process. And we're making these decisions assuming that the planning is sound, and I'm not saying it's not, but I'm recognizing that the amount of engagement around this doesn't seem to be equivalent to the amount of passion and excitement about Safe Routes to School. So it's kind of a, wow, why is it happening? And what can we do differently that might increase engagement? Or is this just a vexing thing that we can't solve? I don't know. So, because,
Or are they happy with the
I mean,
routes?
looking at these numbers, Pinckney has only 4 parents that completed the survey. Wow, that really is a shocker, honestly.
So
They've
one of the
been-
Not to me.
They've been one of the, well, they've been one of the schools that I know has actually been
They've been
having
very-
discussions about safe routes for a long time. They got an extra grant from the Community Foundation to do safe routes planning that was outside of the MPO's process. So out of all the schools, that one struck me as just surprising. And I wonder, like, what's going on? So how do we
So the one other big
How-
change,
how do
no
we
paper surveys.
help with that?
The last round, we did paper surveys. This round, we only did an electronic survey.
I think that would make a difference. I was also
Because-
going to say is that I know 2 parents that were really into the safe routes, and are their kids now 6th graders going to Central?
Perhaps, but I think, I don't have I'm not saying anything's wrong per se, but I think we need to be attentive that as we interpret the public's will around safe routes, that we need to look at the data around, like, who's actually involved in crafting these plans that we're making funding decisions around. It's a very small group of people, but it seems to have this broad public appeal. And I think perhaps it's the brand, Safe Routes to School, just obviously sounds like you should be in favor of that. But how is it that we can, like, narrow this gap? People seem to be excited by it, yet they don't tend to get involved in the process that the MPOs put out. And so, I don't know what we can do, but I think we do seem to generate some other ways of doing community engagement by simply having things on our agenda that grabs people's attention. They come here, speak to us. So having a public forum, maybe providing a more specific, we're going to be looking at this particular plan on a particular night, might be a way to do it. I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of like, how can we be more creative than we've been? Because I think the work that Jessica's done and others on that team have done is, it's been very responsive to the perceived public support for this program, and yet this is a bit discouraging. And I feel like we ought to take some responsibility, given our, our infant, our toddler, like where we're at in our development, like how do we drive better engagement around transportation-related planning? So that's kind of what I was thinking is, what can we do? And maybe maybe this is one of those things that goes to the retreat, because we realize there's work to be done around broader community engagement. I don't know, but I feel like this will be, before we suddenly see the proposal in its draft, I just was hoping we could see like, where are things at? And should we be sitting in the sidelines as much as we are?
Okay, one thought, and I think it is a good retreat discussion. I feel this way about a lot of things, and particularly this one. I wish we had the time and the logistic control to take more field trips. And I think in many ways, what we look at is kind of an academic view of once a month, looking at plans and presentations and data. And for really difficult things, it's kind of overwhelming for me, in a lot of cases. And I try to get myself a little closer to the reality of it. And you think about the discussions tonight on Castle Clinton Parkway. Erin lives there. So she doesn't have to go out and take a field trip, to be able to relate to an actual user. And maybe in this case, it would help us to pick Pinckney, if that may be one of the more challenging places, and spend a couple hours walking around and looking at the issues and getting a little more into it, which I think would allow us to be less academic once we get a plan in front of us to evaluate. So that's one thing. I'm a big field trip person, but I know that's really difficult because you can't, it's hard to do that in just an hour. But that's one thought I would have, and I think that would apply to a lot of things we do.
There's a lot of schools. So that'd be a lot of field trips.
Well, I don't,
But I think
my point
it's
is,
an
let's
interesting
get
idea.
one, let's get
Getting
our
us
arms
in there.
around one, and that would help us, facilitate discussions and understanding of others that we wouldn't
Yeah.
have,
But I think that's a good idea. I mean, we talked about, in this role, we have to be able to really understand the perspectives of all the different users.
Right.
And, we did our bike ride over a year ago, did a bus, transit thing, over a year ago. So maybe it's
2 years
about
ago.
being a little more deliberate about us engaging in the, sort of perspective building. And then I'm kind of curious if anyone, like, when I think about the bicycle advisory committee that we used to have, one of their functions seemed to be to do more public-facing events where they, they actually had events. So they went to and they had a table and they talked to the public, and kind of wondering, like, what's stopping us from doing that?
Right.
Like, why aren't we doing public engagement as part of our work?
Right.
In a more public way. Like, I can go and talk to people, but that's not as, it doesn't feel like there's as much accountability to that work if I'm doing it just privately.
I would gladly trade 2 study sessions for a 2-hour field trip, and use that 2 hours to go someplace and get a little further into the detail. That doesn't work for everybody. I'm on a permanent vacation, so, I can do things like that. But maybe we table that for later. I don't know, Charlie, if that's moving the bar at all for your thinking on this, but.
Would it help just like when we bring the drafts to bring some of the rationale and conversation we had about some of these issues? Because, for example, I can show you, just let me give you a couple examples of that, because I don't even know in all of the cases to get a perspective, if you knew what areas we were talking about, you could go out and walk them in your free time and kind of experience it, because then you can see it when kids are out there and not at study session time at 5 o'clock when it's not whatever. like in what it's really looks like. But let me show you, okay, so here's kind of instructions in the packet, and I'm just gonna skim through this really quickly. You can look kind of in more detail when you look at it, because I wanna highlight just a couple things. So when we talk, we're asking people about prioritizing locations of crossing guards, because we know we've had this conversation. Crossings are our next thing, where we haven't really identified a list of crossing projects and talked about what types of places do we need to prioritize crossings and crossing improvements, like to the built environment, in relationship besides just solely speed and volume. So we're asking people about that, to weigh that in terms of how our engagement is. Hopefully, if we can reach out to people, get to that. We're talking about sides of the street. We're talking about a specific difficult intersection, and then about ability to let kids walk or bike. Here's one of the questions where we're looking at specifically, we give 2 locations on a map, and I'll show you that in a second, where we've said, would you prefer a yield roadway on this one street is a design option, or a sidewalk along a major street as another design option? And tell us how comfortable you feel on either of these, kind of as your preference. Which would you rather allow people to walk and bike?
Was this in the open house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were these customized for each school, or was it just?
Yes, every table for every school is different.
So that's amazing amount of work.
You can see that because for the route, not every school had all of these, so but it's different for each school. So then there was an option to be able to have this conversation and do that as a way. So for example, that yield roadway versus, so we showed people half mile, 1 mile, 1.5 mile walking distances based on sidewalk pedestrian networks, as well as where sidewalks exist and where they don't. We on the back end also looked at student density and student address points in terms of looking at how we build a network that supports the most number of students kind of by a 1 point in time radius. And we've seen some of those shifts in population that we had from the last process. And then we put together a map for every school that showed the routes, both the yellow, one of these is, the yellow is, I think, the yellow was existing and the blue is proposed. So there's places where we pulled back routes because of density, and then places where we added routes. That specific location we were talking about, the street walk versus the sidewalk along the arterial, was specifically in asking about in relationship to these 2 questions. You can see, oh, eeky. I should not touch that. Was in asking specifically in relationship to those 2 segments, A or B. So on Haskell or along the street that connects to the trail on Ward Street. So we had very kind of specific things in the places, because remember, we already have established routes. So for the most part, boundaries haven't changed. It's just how those populations have shifted inside of those, kind of even in that 5-year time frame since we last looked at this, to kind of start to work on some of those. How do we get at where we are in the next form of engagement? So we feel like we developed really great tools that hopefully can get us answers to set policy citywide around how we should be looking at and approaching project identification in that process. So that's just one example. I was trying to think, I think this is the other one that had so here they have another choice here, neighborhood street, that allowed this. And you can see all this addition on Brush Creek Drive and up in here. That's all new just based on how much student density they had there, and there's no routes. And those are areas where there's no sidewalk on either side of the street. So that will be a new segment.
Do you have Prairie Park up there?
I'm sorry?
Do you have Prairie Park?
I can open it if you would like me to. They're all up here. Are you interested in something in specific?
That's one we've had people from that neighborhood here a few times, and they seem to all have a disagreement with the routes when they see them. And I just kind of curious, like, all right, well, the neighborhood seems to not agree with this.
Yeah.
Some of it is trying to educate people about why a route is better.
Yeah. So some of their issue though is sidewalks on this other side. Because they didn't want to build sidewalk on this side based on where students would cross, and just leave it so they cross down here as opposed to coming up here and crossing. I remember that issue. And then you got to remember, a lot of the concern that we've heard from parents in a lot of neighborhoods is about speed and volume of traffic. And so, the work that's happening around the neighborhood traffic management program should also largely impact, I hope, some of the perception that people are having, the perception and actuality that people are having around speeding in our community. And so some of those types of things that's why it's a holistic ease approach. And, much of what we've already done in the last part, and I kind of skimmed over that, but is we've handled the built environment. That's the part that's, the MPO and engineering with MSO has had responsibility for in that sense, but we're also asking people about their supportiveness for all of these other policies to kind of develop a toolkit and hopefully identify some citywide stuff at the district level that we might want to pursue, just like bike lessons and safety training, but other things that we want either on a school-specific level and or on a community-wide level to try to figure out how we're going to address and recommend. And so those are some of the things I think, when you talk about the work that the Lawrence Douglas County Bicycle Advisory Committee did that you replaced, it's because they were out doing education and encouragement events, because those were functions that the staff couldn't do. There was no staff doing that. And so the members, because they were passionate about that mode, were out doing that as volunteer service as a function of their work on that committee, of being advisory in that sense. So I think like that, there's going to need to be some engagement and energy around all of these functions. I don't think they probably all, just like walking school buses, or if we talk about in our crossing guard thing, as we start to talk about crossing policy, one of the questions we're asking in the survey is if there are desire for crossing guards, because from the parent surveys, people literally told us, we need a crossing guard at every intersection along, for example, 27th Street for my child to walk in. Well, no, what you might need, because you don't know when all those kids are going to cross, what you probably need is a walking school bus, because then there's an adult at every intersection as those children are crossing. And how we think about how that programmatically changes the culture around walking and biking also, that's going to need to be some sort of program development. And oftentimes that belongs sometimes at an agency, but also sometimes with a nonprofit and or volunteer function of a programmatic thing. So I think those are still going to all have to be things that we think about as a community, and we're not probably going to make progress on them until we have people passionate enough to be champions for those, either at the school specific level and or at the community level. And that's been the challenging part about Safe Routes, because you can do as much of the built environment stuff as you want. However, when you look at the national work around Safe Routes, much of the progress people are making around biking and walking, improving student biking and walking, is around the cultural things related to education and encouragement.
So maybe that's what I'm kind of looking at, is where is that happening? And we have, this body has emerged as a way to try to coalesce a lot of public will from the several years, and we have, in some ways, I think we've insulated ourselves from the ground truth. Like, if we're not doing field trips, if we're not doing public engagement, so how do we get to identify where staff can't go, and think about that in a broader way for our community, for the benefit of our public. And it's probably bigger than waiting for an agenda item. It's different. So I just think, who's doing that? And if not us, well, then who is?
Charlie, you get to lead this discussion at the retreat.
Well,
you and Jessica.
I really appreciate the work that's been put into this. I was involved in the first round, and I kind of witnessed on the very periphery like what's happening the second time, and it's just been I think a dramatic improvement. And it's disappointing that there's just such a maybe assumption that everyone's putting in their 2 cents. And I know just in my own experience at Quail Run, it took all of like 2 seconds to identify a big gap in the first plan. It was just parents saying, well, why not this route? First time it goes to a PTO meeting and just me kind of pretending like I'm the safe routes guy there. So I'm like, well, all right, I'm not going to tell you how it really happened. So I recognize like parents have a lot of input, but somehow we're not getting it. And I wonder, like, I guess I'm asking, like, what's our responsibility as a commission to try to address that? Or is it always back to staff? Well, I see a lot of great effort and hard work, and I feel like that's not where the finger should be pointed. It really needs to be like, wow, what are we doing? Or what are we not doing? Is really the question. What are we not doing that we should consider doing that might make a difference in the community around this program or just all the transportation planning? So I'm probably on my soapbox here. But I think this is one that the community has a lot of goodwill toward. And it's one that, if we were to take another role maybe around that community engagement, we might, I don't think it'd be as hard, except it would take time. We'd have to put some time into it.
I think we're with you. I think answering that question is really important.
Okay.
I'm not sitting here coming up with anything that's just going to, sweep us off our feet or anything, but I think we've kind of struggled for 3 years now. Well, not really struggled, trying to get that identity and trying to be more relevant. So I think it's a great way to figure out how to do that.
So I would say on that note that, the most effective public engagement we have is 2 things. One, when you design tools where people really can use their expertise, which is talking about their experience, to tell you what they want. So not asking them like, how should we design this, right? But saying, how do you want this to function for you, or how does it not work for you now? What's something you can do just based on your perspective to do that? That's one. And the second thing is we have to go to where people are. We, across the board at planning, you can hold an open house or a public meeting, and unless it's a very controversial issue, mostly people aren't going to show up. They figure somebody else will show up, or they're busy. They have lots of things going on in their lives, and so the most effective response, just like in the community health plan and when we've done Transportation 2040, the best way we reach the most number of people is just purely labor hours, taking paper surveys to places where people already are. And we're always challenged in the planning process sometimes by that, because we're constrained by our workload. At the same time we're working on the Safe Routes to School plan, we finished the city bikeway plan, we have a county bikeway plan, we're doing all of our MPO process. So those are always things that we have to weigh when we think about what good planning looks like, because you don't want to just do a process. If you know what I mean, you want to make it meaningful, and we try to really intentionally do that. So we appreciate any thought you want to give to what that looks like and how we do that, and we'd be happy to have that conversation at a retreat about larger engagement related to planning work that either we do or that's happening. So.
Okay, let's pick it up again at the retreat. Let's make sure the small group.
Well, we're going to have this on our agenda in February, right? So. What, is that a study session or a regular item?
So I think it depends what happens with the ADA transition plan and whether or not you want to hear about that, because that really is only study session level, whereas this could probably be put on the agenda where you have a bigger, larger opportunity for comment. We are really, because I just closed the window, but we still aren't going to be having met with some schools until after your meeting. And so there is no way I'm going to have a more than probably 50% draft plan anyway. I will have much of the stuff we've already written, like an existing conditions memo and survey analyses. And so it's still going to be really high level, and I'm not sure that we're going to have decided many of the answers to stuff we pose to people. And I still think, we're not even sure how is everybody going to feel really one way, or are we going to have people that feel both ways, and we're going to need to make decisions based on the feedback. So I think there will still be enough for you to chew on.
that you'll have an opportunity and enough material presented to you beforehand that hopefully you can challenge some of the notions and concepts, and we can have some of the same conversations
I don't
that we
think
had
we're
on the
gonna,
planning level.
I'm sorry, I don't think we're gonna leave the retreat and just, okay, let's go do this. I think it's more of a bigger picture, longer term solution that won't affect, immediate kind of decisions that
But I
you're
do
looking
want you to
from
make
us.
sure that you have enough engagement in that process, that
Yeah.
it looks like what you want it to look like, that you're getting the amount of information you want at the right point in time in the process to feel
Right.
like you can vet the process to say, this was a process we can stand on to make decisions in the future for the next how many ever years till we update stuff, to say this is sound and we support this.
Okay. Thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
Jessica. Thanks for staying
Good
late.
job. Okay, commission items. First item, PTAC.
Let's see. They're at the point where they have closed the search for a new transit director, and at this point, they're going through with they're going through with a couple shortlisted candidates from a variety of sources, as far as we can tell. It's all pretty under wraps at this point, but there's going to be some kind of interview board who's going to go through each of the candidates, and we've selected the chair of the PTAC, to, kind of represent the people, right? So that's going to be Heather Tice, and she's going to be working with Brandon Aguirre, who's kind of heading up this whole thing. So that's basically it from our side.
Is KU involved too?
I think we'll be a part of a stakeholder panel at some point.
Anything to add to that, Dave?
Nope.
Okay, great. Well, I think we have a couple, just one more item. We discussed in the study session about a group to get together to try to move the parking discussion to a level where we could provide a summary. And I think that's the kind of thing that we need to be able to do, rather than depend on people to watch the video, And I think, although I'm sure a lot of people do, I think in this case, it would be more appropriate to provide a summary document for the Planning Commission. Everybody still on board for that?
Yeah, I mean, something fairly, short and sweet, basically, just
Yes.
bullet points that kind of distill the
Yes.
the grandest talking points we have.
Right, right. And we had some people interested, or were nominated. Charlie, Aaron, Nick, and Carol. I guess somebody should take the organizational role of that, which is getting the meeting time. And Dave, I'm sure you'd want to be part of that.
Yes.
Okay.
So you had the group of, you made a decision on the group, who's all in the subcommittee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
it'd be good to have a motion. And
Okay. Who would like to lead just the organization, getting it together, timing, all that? Nobody's stepping up here. Nick, you want to do that?
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to move that Charlie, Aaron, Nick, and Carol form a subcommittee to look at the planning aspects of parking and development that we heard in our study session.
We need to get this together by the February meeting, right?
Yes.
Thanks.
That's my motion, and the committee will be led by Nick. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I made the motion, John seconded. All those in favor?
Any public comment?
Aye. What?
Any public comment?
It's a commission item.
It's a
But it is with
commission
the
item.
vote, so.
I know, it probably shouldn't have been, though. I don't know. Just point of order.
Michael, do you have anything you want to add to it?
Okay.
Okay. Well, we can make our exceptions here. Okay, all those in favor, aye, or did we already do that?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, a couple of last things here. Ron has been on the commission for 3 years, and he's got a farewell speech. No. But just really wanted to say thank you, and hope you've benefited from all of this, and feel free to come and pester us whenever you feel like it. You can sit out here under any capacity, so thank you. And lastly, we were talking about Chuck at the study session, and Carol goes, Chuck was here when Buford Watson was mayor, or city manager.
Not that long.
Oh, my goodness.
And I was thinking,
Mike Willigan.
oh, Mike Wilden. Oh, okay. So that's, you know, you were younger then than I would have imagined, Chuck. But Chuck's moving on in 3 weeks to, tell us what you're going to do, Chuck.
Missouri, Public Works Director there in Smithville.
Great,
Congratulations.
great.
Been here 18 years. We're still gonna live here in Lawrence. I'm just gonna drive up there.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
Good.
How long a drive is it?
About an hour.
Oh,
We have too many kids and grandkids that have all moved back, and there's no way I'm dragging my wife out of here without them. And I-
You can go, but she's
right.
Yeah.
She'll miss you.
I may get a place up there for the week, you know, but I'll be back.
Good. Well, Chuck, thanks so much.
Yes, thank
I
you.
personally enjoyed your demeanor and your professionalism, and, you know, you don't see that all the time, but you guys demonstrate that very well. But we wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Sure. And with that, we may adjourn.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Great.
Gavel.